See, Twitch was cooperating. But YouTube was not cooperating. I just clicked here, does that make me queer? So, the reason that that's my notification is I tried to make it, if you click on this, you'll become gay or something like that. And it turns out the word gay is blocked. It turns out the word gay is blocked on Twitch. I made a community post on YouTube about this, but basically, it's against their guidelines to use the word gay. Not against their guidelines to use the word queer, which is more frequently used as an insult than gay is, although I don't think either of them should be against guidelines. I need to test if that still works. I hate men. I hate women. They both showed up. But I'm not, so this isn't even like a, oh, it'll get censored in chat and the mods can like turn it on. Like, I literally just can't make my notifications contain the word gay. And I tested, like, cause I was like, oh, you know, maybe it's like the specific combination of words or something. So I tested by just making the notification the word gay, and that's perfectly fine. The word queer, the word gay was not perfectly fine. The word queer was perfectly fine. Just the word gay, because I was like, oh, maybe it's like if you click here, you're gay. It kind of sounds like a 4th grade insult, which is the joke. Like, if you click on this, you're gay. But like, to a primarily LGBTQIA+ audience, right? But no, apparently just using the word gay, not allowed by Twitch. So why the fuck is LGBTQIA a category on your garbage website? Not that YouTube's any better! Ice Rider got flagged as a child! Ice Rider got flagged as a child. Presumably because, like, I don't use Ice Rider as, like, an account, like, that I use to watch YouTube videos or whatever. It's just what I use to upload the Let's Plays. But occasionally I'll, like, see a video when I'm, like, going through the settings and stuff on Ice Rider. I'm like, oh, that looks interesting, and I click on it. And usually that's, like, gaming stuff, because that's what gets recommended to me on Ice Rider. Just because I don't use it for, like, my main channel. I'll watch, like, politics and stuff, right? And so, like, presumably they're like, oh, you've only watched, like, 7 videos since you created this account, and all of them were about Nintendo games. You must be a child. So I was like, okay, I'll use the email verification thing, because this account is using an email address that's 10 years old. And so I said, like, verify based on my email's age, and it's like, sorry, we can't verify based on your email's age. And I'm like, do you think that someone who's younger than 8 years old made a Gmail account? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm out of touch, but do kids have fucking Gmail accounts now? Under the age of 8? Because if the account is 10 years old, you know, an 8-year-old made it, they'd be 18 now, right? Maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe I'm the old person. But not according to YouTube! Not according to YouTube! But the most ridiculous thing about that is that Ice Rider is monetized. So, they have my tax information. I think I had to give them, like, my social. And I linked a bank account, right? Because the way that I ended up verifying was just by using my debit card. But it was the same one that's already linked. So why does the account get flagged as a child if you literally already have the information you're asking for? I don't know. Anyway, we're doing Cerulean Crescent today. However, you might notice something different. This is not the same Cerulean Crescent we did last stream, right? Last time we finished Chapter 10. Yeah, this game is so good that I started a second save file, like, off stream yesterday. Because I wanted to play it, but I was in a bit of an emotional wreck last night. So I couldn't really, like, handle streaming or whatnot. But I want to show off the team from my second playthrough. Obviously Ellery's here. I got the side quest I missed. I got the side quests I missed in my main playthrough. So Ellery's here, Oriana's here, Tower is here. We're riding him till endgame. Mince is here. Yvette is here, like the classics, right? Chalice. But I decided to use non-binary Cyclops. I'm so mad about this one, right? So, non-binary Cyclops got Strength Blessed on their first map, right? And so they were at 11 Strength in Chapter 5, the desert map. And I cleared that map, but I had let 2 or 3, I think it was only 2, yeah. I let, Telon and the Lance Cavalier die. Because I was like, I'm using them in my main playthrough, they died, I won't reset, like, whatever. Turns out Convoy Warp isn't in this game. So I lost all their inventory, and they had, like, all of my good lances. So I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm resetting, and then Eosef did not get Strength Bless. But they're still, I mean, this is probably, some people said Whipjack is the worst unit in the cast, and I'm sorry, Eosef sucks so much ass. I don't care that Rockstone gets you an extra action. Everyone and their mother has an extra action. Eosef can't do shit! I'm using Crynia this time. I'm using Rahesia this time. I'm using Whipjack. And then, this is a unit that I missed in my first playthrough because, Francisca, I think I don't know, I'm getting, like, she-they vibes off of them, so I don't know. But this Wyvern is tied to a quest that I missed, in the first town, because I didn't realize there was you could go inside the inn. So, I did all the quests, so they ended up getting the luck blessing, which is from another quest. And then I'm using, Ophelia Dusk right here. And unfortunately, I just benched Pamela. I was trying so hard. Drop attack is a hell of a drug. Can I just tell you, if you haven't played 2.0 yet, try using Pomelo, at least medium term. Because drop attack is a hell of a drug. Eosef is fine, basically a Myrmidon with axes. I mean, literally their only good stat is speed, though. They don't even have good, like, so the thing is, if you want to say Myrmidon with axes, then why the fuck is their skill growth 25? And I don't know if their base is 7, or if they've just procced it a couple of times, but, like, accuracy moment? Right? They eventually get magic. Yeah, maybe there's magic axes or something. I'm mostly just using them because I found out they were non-binary, and that's epic. Sad to see her on the bench. Did you talk to Cutlass Villager? Yeah, I talked to him. Is Chapter 7 glitched? Genuine question, is Chapter 7 glitched? Because Cutlass Villager showed up in Chapter 7, but I didn't get an extra reward, I just got the same rewards from earlier. Which includes a Cutlass. So, you know, I assumed that the Cutlass is supposed to be from him, but there's 4 villagers and you only get 3 rewards, one of which is the Cutlass. But I got the Cutlass despite killing Cutlass Villager in my main playthrough. Like, I mean, we can load the main playthrough so I can show, but I think Chapter 7 is glitched. I think maybe there's supposed to be a 4th reward or something? I think the reward is just Gambler's Folly. Why does he show up in Chapter 7 then, as a green unit? Because the Cutlass you get, the cutscene in Chapter 7 indicates that the Cutlass you get for saving the villagers is from him. Because she's like, he talks to Ellery and he's like, hey Ellery, I fucking still hate you. Even though you saved me, it doesn't make up for what you killing all my friends. And then Ellery's like, okay, well that threat would mean more if it came from someone who knew how to wield a sword. And he gets mad and he throws the sword away, and then Ellery's like, okay, well I guess I'll take your sword now. But like, I have the sword in this playthrough, like in this timeline where the Cutlass Merc is dead. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm fucking gaslighting myself. Yeah, okay, apparently I gaslit myself. Well, what were the rewards for saving the villagers in Chapter 7 then? Because I only got 3 in that playthrough. Are you sure you didn't just give it to someone? That's list function though. List function shows everything. So like I said, I'm probably gaslighting myself, but like, so then what was the third one from that? If you only save one, the quality liquor gets replaced by common tools. Okay, so it's like an item that scales. Okay, gotcha. It's the money that scales. Let's dive in though. I'll check the event. Okay, thank you, definitely Basic Human. Appreciate you. But yeah, I did get Gambler's Folly. Gambler's Folly is so stupid. Where have you been, Lindros? We were going to sail without you. Set sail? The green tide stuff only just blew over and we already have to set sail? It's been 2 months. Must have been a really short 2 months then. I keep telling you to come some nice places with me, man. Yet you choose to spend all that time cooped up writing that paper. I only mailed it yesterday. We already have to leave? This blows. You got the good end of the deal here. We did most of the preparations while you were finding the meaning of life. All you have to do now is show up and collect the paycheck. And believe me, that was some hard work. We couldn't put the ship in town, so each trip is a good distance. And supplies are heavy. Doesn't mean that doesn't help that this warehouse is so small. We keep having to move like 10 crates to get anything we put further inside. Oh, you damn well know we couldn't afford to rent a better place. You didn't take our budget into account with the huge expenditure on the Seahawk II. We're still calling it that? I thought that was like a placeholder. It's stuck, I'm afraid. Placeholder names have a bad habit of sticking. Is this a fucking triangle strategy reference? Hey, don't try to change this topic. You were never sorry about it as well. And I never will be. It was worth every gold piece. You're lucky you're so good at your job. Anyone else had thrown the harbor. That's because I'm also worth every gold piece. And I make great budgetary decisions. You two can argue about this. Gotta go get what little rest I can. Call me whenever you need to leave. Hey, there's plenty of work to get done. Just don't... let the man get his nap. He's been working on his paper non-stop. Besides, how's his scrawny frame gonna help? Fine. I've got some bits and pieces to take care of before we depart. I trust the crew will have things settled when I get back? Of course, you can count on me. I do hope that the bits and pieces don't involve getting a meal on Johnny's while we work. Hey, that was just one time, and all I got was a sandwich. And I'm never letting you forget it. All seriousness, take your time. You could use the break, and I've got it all from here. Thanks, Palm. For all your spending habits, you're a good man. Hey! Another customer. What can I get you on this fine morning? I would like chocolate biscuits dipped in soy sauce. Sorry, chocolate biscuits dipped in soy sauce? That just seems daft. Oh wait, I remember now. Hold on, let me check the book. Soy sauce. Should be the 7th page. Shouldn't be the 7th page. Wasn't it 5th line? Swear it was here. Falsified password marketing to the speaker for execution was vinegar, so it wasn't that. Oh, here it is. Come this way, honored investor. The matron will be with you shortly. The famous Ellery. I've long heard of you as a frequent customer at the capital. I'm surprised you didn't come to us sooner. Took me some time to discover that Eventide used this as a front. The other Eventide branches have seen used more successful stores. Not by choice! Not only were we separated from our usual clientele, we have to compete with flea-ridden adventurers in our line of work. We're barely keeping afloat here, but I shouldn't be wasting all time. Perfectly understandable. I myself am in a comparable situation. Though, I do want to mention, the fellow upstairs seems rather incompetent. Almost forgot the password I used and spent some time reading them out. You must understand how hard it is to get good talent in this barbaric land. Dave was too incompetent to run actual missions, so he has to maintain the front. I don't think he's good enough at the front. Down to business. I want Maurice dead. The Maurice is a dangerous man with connection to the king. You know this is worth a big price. Oh, I know. I've come prepared. What? An amount of gold? So the rumors you've hit jackpot in the workshop are not unfounded. Of course not. I also want his head as confirmation of death. None of this, he fell off a cliff, so he must be dead, bullcrap. I want his head delivered in a nice box, wrapped with a pretty ribbon. Second thought, his head doesn't deserve a box. Sack will do. It's a hard ask, but your price is good. He'll be an easier target on the Crescent, not surrounded by his dogs. I'll get my boys on the job. As per the usual agreement, the other half will be delivered on arrival of the goods. Pleasure doing business with you. We offer the very best to our supportive customers. Hopefully that gives Maurice some more problems to deal with. Take my time before meeting in Nerissa. Let's see what's going on in town. Alright, so I know we have, we can't sell these because we need this for the forge. And we can't sell the rare ores because we need them for the forge. But I can sell the quality liqueur. I think we give Ellery the fortune cookie because she, like, uses her luck for damage. The question is, do we want to sell any of these other things? I think we're just basically broke. Maybe Tethia's tier in her inventory too. Yeah, it was in there earlier. I literally just took it out 2 seconds ago because I'm looking through all these items to like sell them and whatnot. But yeah, we're not selling the ores because I want to do that forge quest. We need rare ores, uncut gems, coffee, and mana cubes. And we can skip one of them, but we just get less for it. But yeah, I think that's basically all. We can sell the mine. I checked earlier. The mine is like 750 or something, 250. It's like nothing. You're not using all of these vulneraries? Yeah, you're right. I don't want to sell too many, but let's sell, like, that. Keep a couple, but we get 1,000 off of this. I think selling 4 for 1,000 is probably good. Like, money-wise. I could also sell the light magic I have, since I'm not using any light mages. My only real mage is Lindros, and then the magic sword users. Do y'all think that's a good idea, like selling our light? Because I'm a little bit worried that we'll find a new, like a light mage I want to use. But also, if deployment slots continue to be as tight as they are, like, I think we might just have our final team, you know? Does that make sense? Like, so maybe we sell the light magic. I don't think I ever actually used the mine. Yeah, I think we sell the mine, probably. I'm sure the mine is useful in, like, an LTC or something, but I think we just sell it. It's kind of a cost to use healing items instead of staffs. I mean, the strength of the healing items is that you don't need a staffer to waste their turn healing them. Like, sometimes your staffer has something better to do, like freeze and weaken and invigorate and whatnot. But also, we have Chef's Brew, and I did peek at this chapter. We get another Chef's Brew for free. So, like, we have fucking 2, right? You have more iron axes than you'll ever use. True. Mince holding down the fort is our only axe user! I'm coping that Tower will come back eventually. I'm coping that maybe we'll get another fucking slot. Do slots ever go above 12? Actually, okay, chat, spoilers me this. Literally just this. Are we in 3 houses where 12 is the cap, or do we ever get more than 12? Like, will I ever be able to, like, field more than 12 people? Or is this literally the final team unless I bench someone? Tower is good in this patch. Yeah, I'm using him long-term in the second playthrough. I've decided, trust. And if I don't, I'll use him long-term in the inevitable 0% growth run, right? You could probably sell the basic late tomes. I don't think 12 is the cap. Okay. Although, for being for real, it's unlikely someone comes off of the bench, and more likely that what ends up happening is that, like, you know, at the rate we're getting given units, like, we're being given at least 1 unit per map. I don't think there's been a single map where we've gotten less than 1 unit. In fact, has there been any map that we've gotten less than 2? The only one we got less than 2 was the Whipjack map, and that doesn't even count because we missed Wyvern Girl, Francesca. So, like, every map we've gotten 2 units so far. That's the fucking telephone hack rules. Because we get everyone Chapter 1. Chapter 2 is the village. We get the siblings. Chapter 3, hello Twitch spam bot. We're gonna block you. Yeah, it's your first time. You're a first-time chatter. Holy shit, y'all! They're a first-time chatter. Why can't I ban you? Oh my god, mob view is taking forever to load. Chat, don't look at the fucking stream booth thing. Why? Twitch chat, Twitch chat work! Twitch, get your fucking act together! Chapter 10 was nobody because of AVT. Oh, you're right, we didn't get anyone in Chapter 10. And we only got John Effie in Chapter 9, but that's because I missed a event I've been told about. That sword that's a paperweight, apparently I could have done something to turn it into a unit. So whoopsie doodle. I assumed, because I talked to the forger, and the forger was like, oh, you can't do that here. And I assumed we would get, like, someone later who would do it, but no, I was just supposed to figure it out for myself. Alright, let's sell an Iron Axe at least. Pamela, do you have something? Here. We'll sell 1 Iron Axe. Okay, I think this is good. Something to try for your off-stream run, yeah. Everyone even forgot to talk to the sword. I mean, I don't want people to talk about the sword. This is a blind playthrough. Like, I'll miss stuff, right? Like, I don't think chat forgot. I think they were respecting my blind playthrough. Welcome to Ellis's Beverage Kingdom. Business is booming. At least if not for that bloody soup stand down the road, taking away our business. Are you paying Ellis royalties? How has the sect not seized this place yet? I'm sure they won't mind the name. It's all business. You can hope. How much is this cup of coffee? Due to gullible customers, short supply of our magic homegrown beans, we had to up the price slightly. 3,000 gold. 3,000 for a cup? I don't think the soup stand is why you're losing customers. Finest ingredients deserve the finest prices. Let's get dirt water. Why go for our weakest beverage? For an extra 1,000 gold you could... The name is definitely an excuse to sell me the higher price one. Give it to me. You know what you're missing out on. Okay, we got coffee for the blacksmith. And also, I did look at this in case you were wondering, they're all the same fucking item. They're all the same fucking item. But this guy's got exotic spices. I'm afraid this establishment was shut down due to the trade of contraband weaponry, fighting rings, and contravention of justice. I just want to grub. I didn't know we even had laws like that in these parts. Or just laws in general. Someone needs to keep the pretense of civility. I'm telling you because you're a trustworthy sort, but we don't usually care. However, their business was getting a bit too big for their bretches, so we had to step in to maintain the facade of caring. So I have the all clear to run an illegal business if I keep it on the down low. And everyone is happier for it. Trade is trade. I'll keep that in mind if I ever need to run an illegal business. The cheap one is for the mission, and the most expensive ones are for you. Yeah, also, by the way, this is funny. Just the consequence of including shove means I can shove the guard out of the way. The reason you can still shove on this map is because, they want you to, there's a quest in a previous map where you have to shove a guard out of the way of a door, but it's just funny, it's like the consequences is now this guy can't guard successfully. The great Captain Ellery, it's an honor. Can't say I've been addressed like that before. You're a local legend. No adventuring man has ever dealt such catastrophic damage to the status quo in years. Thanks, I think? How do you do it? How do you have the courage to take on so many factions despite being completely new? We don't have a choice. They attacked first. No one believes that. Why would these factions conspire against some small-time crew? It's clear that you're using them as a stepping stone for your own entrance, which is gutsy as all hell. I assume you're not going to believe the perfectly reasonable explanation for all this happening? Of course not. I get that you don't want to look like the aggressors, but who cares? On the Crescent, the victor's always right, and you guys won so convincingly. Glad you think so highly of us. Some say the Seahawks will be dead by the end of the year, but I think you're going to be the next big name on the Crescent. Oi! Break's over! Coming! Real honor to speak to you in person. Big name, huh? What's great about being a big name in the middle of absolutely nowhere? Oh, also, you want to see something else funny? Another consequence of shove? The arena is closed, because just because I was out of town doesn't mean it suddenly doesn't apply. You know who you are. Signed, Chief Orin. But then, another consequence... I can send him shopping! I can go shopping with Mince the goat. Consequences. Alright, let's talk to the guy I gave some money to earlier. I already know he gives me the legendary bow. I looked ahead. I'm sorry, I looked ahead. Hey, wait, I remember you. You're the guy I gave a loan to back in Arinde? Oh, So, how's that passage back to Aracel going? I tried my best, but the ship on which I signed was sunk by a horrible monster. At least the other one was honest about being a con man. Give me back my money. But of course, I shall repay you with its fine concoction that is worth 1,000 times what you gave to me. This is a vulnerary. A used vulnerary. There's hair floating in it. Darn! You know what? Give me that shining bow and we'll call it even. But this bow is a family heirloom! My only weapon at that! How am I meant to defend myself against the Crescent without it? First of all, an iron sword isn't all that expensive. Second of all, you'll need to defend yourself against me right now if you don't hand it over. Your unforgiving soul's like a blight upon the sun itself. Fine then, take this bow, and know you've co-signed me to a death at the hands of monsters. And I'm keeping the vulnerary. You got a vulnerary. You got the Chunyang. This thing looks so fucking goated. 2-3 range, 18 might, brave bow that gives you plus 10 speed. Yvette is eating good tonight. Alright, let's go say hi to Anna. Oh, first let's talk to the kids. And Lindra said, I am your doom. And then he turned 20 mercenaries into ash with one well-timed fireball. That's pretty good. Not as good as when Mince managed to do a double backflip off a cliff and still shoot a dragon in the eye. That's all the time I have today, kids. Take care now. Bye, Miss Ellery! Didn't take you for someone to spend time with children. Please, I do more than feast on the souls of the innocent. I don't suggest feeding such misguided tales to these children any further. What? Paint a rosy picture of our journey. Big heroes win big battles and get big rewards. How many children are taken in by this romanticized version of adventuring, only to pointlessly throw their lives away? Tower, you're being ridiculous. I was telling a story to kids. I'm not going to explain the blood, brutality, and hardship. Keep in mind that stories have power. I must go to finish moving the crates. I just wanted to entertain the kids for 10 minutes. Children fighting in the arena to the death. Looks like you got a nice thing going on. Side Jake for some extra coin. Welcome to Mince's Stews. More tasty and filling than that coffee nonsense down the road. I'm feeling peckish after a day of flapping my lips. How about just a little bit on the house? Well, there's no customers watching right now. Let me give you a show around. You get a cell on the job as well? She's working as an apprentice to learn from the best in town. It's a slow week for the harrowing type. No calls to adventure to be seen. Surely with your skill set, there's no shortage of opportunity. Dead ends on the odd job market. Calling myself the chosen of the goddess isn't opening any new doors. No idea why. Perhaps it's divine will that you learn to make some wicked stew. I'm pretty sure I'm only an apprentice, so you don't have to pay me. Nonsense! Go back to washing the pot. He was the soup stand. Yeah, he's the soup stand. Say, Caps, I spotted a pretty sweet deal I wanted to put past you. Brenda's Fishers just hauled up a whole school of death spine. Death spine. Despite the name, it's one of the finest delicacies known to humanity. They say its tenderness and subtle flavors melt the coldest of hearts. Mince, why is it called death spine? Well, if improperly prepared, the death sign has some side effects. Which is... all the consumer's organs melt simultaneously. Okay. Trust me, if we agree to buy their stock, the crew will be grateful. We will taste flavors we've never even dreamed of tasting. That could be true, as I don't think any of us have ever eaten poison before? The fate of the ill-prepared, perhaps. But don't worry, I'm an expert. Assuming I entertain this absurd deal, how much are the Fishers asking for? A fair price, 8,000 gold. 8,000 gold? Who's buying this? Nobles pay a huge price for this on the mainland. Why do I even ask? I don't know that much, Mince. Our finances are not good. Damn, I didn't know we had it so bad. But we get the chef's brew. Now let's go talk to Anna. Character on the right is such a cute design. Did you mean the mage? The light mage? The apprentice, quote-unquote? I was looking for the entrance and then I realized I shoved the chicken onto it. So Orin's the chief, huh? That's a name I remember. Did you know personally? It's a long story. I haven't heard one of your adventuring tales in a long time. 2 decades back, I took a commission from a local warlord to get rid of some adventure causing too much trouble. Was he a criminal of sorts? No, he was some local hero that had been resisting the warlord's authority. Anyway, I arrived after some celebration of sorts, and things got out of hand. Next thing I knew, there were a few dozen more disembodied heads than I was here for. It's adventuring work. Isn't that just the association? The definition of adventure is very universally applicable. Out of all the adventuring tales you told me, this was not one of them. It was an important one. Anyways, I took out the family, and Ellis knows how many others. But there was this little kid who tried to get me with a kitchen knife. Mother, you didn't. Of course I didn't kill him. It's been a while, but I think it was something like this. Good try, kid, but not even close. Give me your name. A name that I can curse. You have some guts. Name's Hesia, the head taker. Come back in 20 years and see if you have what it takes. I will. No matter what it takes, I will come for you. Should be a bit of a laugh. See you then, kid. Don't you look pale? No worries, I didn't actually give him my real name or title. Orin is still out looking for the Dark Bridesman to this very day. Ellis, how did you let it come to this? Are you suggesting I should have killed the kid in cold blood? No, I'm just not exactly pleased to hear that my mother was going around killing whole families for money. Is that not what you've been doing for the past few years? You're not going to tell me you knocked out all your opponents, are you? Not the same. My hand has always been forced. They always tell themselves that. I'm just more honest than the rest. Of course you wouldn't get it, Mother. Going from that story to this upbeat music is such tonal whiplash. Can't believe the head taker was going around taking heads, right? What's this passage lead to? Oh, mistook you for the town guard. That leads to the into Central Fort. So I'm hoping whoever comes down here and sees this junk thinks it's just a storage room. Sounds like a marvelously risky move. Yeah, I said the same, but Anna was insistent that this would somehow get back at the chief. Say, could you do a job for me? I can't show my face above ground. That's what our adventures are for. What do you need? I heard things are really bad at Anon. The power vacuum, the salt swarm being brought out. Could you deliver some extra food supplies to my friends over there? Even if we were responsible for said power vacuum? Well, the salt swarms certainly aren't around any longer to be stopping you. I'll open up our secret stock as a reward. Do you deliver this food to those in need? We can do it. Give us the goods to deliver. Here you go. Figure there's no way an esteemed adventuring band would consume these provisions meant for beleaguered citizens. Of course. So they're all the stat boosters. You have to be a serial killer before you can become a sword saint. So what does Anna have for sale? That damn chief thinks he can shut down my business? Huh. Well, guess who's opening shop right beneath your nose? So I'm thinking probably buy a Levin sword. Also, I like that you can buy the aged wine, in case you're, like, training up multiple losers. The Chuko Nu is another option, though. 3 might, 60 hit, though, lol. I think we go with Levin Sword. I think Levin Sword, probably. Or Wind Sword. We almost broke our Wind Sword, so we could get another Wind Sword. Wind Sword would be good for, specifically Gecko, because she needs the speed boost. 60 hits doesn't matter if you use Quick Rain. Yo, wait, Quick Rain boosts the accuracy, doesn't it? I think we get Wind Sword. Shield Axe is way less useful now that you have the pot. Yeah. I figured there was a back door in here. What do we got? Oh, more aged wine. Nice. I didn't see that when I peeked ahead, because I didn't go in here when I peeked ahead. So let's see what we got. Come on, lift those arms! Are you even taking any weight? Sure I am, it's not my fault your arms are for decoration. Horse crap, you're not even... Watch the right! Ugh, that's my left, you jackass! Well, it's not mine! Glad to see you two are pulling your weight. Quite literally. More like twice our weight! Captain, give us a hand here! Surely you're pretty strong legging around that backpack. I can't right now. I'm afraid I got more important errands to run. Errands my left buttock. Everyone's got errands when the crates need to be moved. Say, how about we have a few errands to run too? The bakery? You're suggesting we drop our duties? No, just delay them. Hopefully indefinitely. Quick run to the bakery won't hurt anyone. Power seizes will be more cooked than the chicken we had last night. Nah, he's got off fishing or some other old man thing. He won't be around. Okay, just a quick trip. Heard you lot are the most vicious killers this side of the coast. I got a good job for you. That's our reputation? Whatever, what's your business? They call me He Who Chomps. I chomp everything. People, monsters, walls, trees, they all get chopped! Alright, but what does this have to do with the job? I can't shop without my favoriteest axe. Some villains calling themselves the Waywinders heard of it and stole it from me. What'll our reward be for retrieving this? Your first 5 chops for free? That won't cut it. We have our own choppers. What about this funny-shaped monster bone? It needs to be useful to us. Fine, then how about this replacement axe? I won't need it if I get my chopper. Is that a bloody brave axe? Sure, we'll meet with these Waywinders and get your axe. I'll add in 2 free chops to our deal. Chop chop! I need you to retrieve some of my belongings left in Sundown Bay. That seems very mundane. What's the catch? Why do you need us? Going back would be harmful for my health. Explain everything. You sure do. Okay, so I was chatting with this nice young woman in the bar in Sundown Bay. I was telling her about how great Rinde is, and perhaps dropping some subtle hint that she should join me there. Right, this better not be the long-winded introduction. This is important! So to prove my point, I made some comparisons, emphasizing that Sundown Bay was the nest of vermin, that the local crime boss was a pox-ridden leech, and perhaps some more colorful descriptions. Let's see where this is going. Turns out the nice young woman was the local crime boss! She wanted to make an example of me. I barely made it out with all my limbs! Golly, what a surprise. Needless to say, I can't head back. I'll give you a Poswell sword as a reward. Farmer won't be needing it. Easy delivery. How's about it? We're heading there anyways. Where do we find your belongings? I buried half beneath my house. Buried the other half at a friend's. That's really cautious? And look how well that paid off! They smashed up both houses as I fled, so it should be obvious. Your Lady Ellery? What's it to you? It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Viscount Consort Leofric III of Vandersby. Viscount Consort? Don't ask. I request that I may admit the skies from the view of that humble shop. Perhaps for a measly few hours or a 2-day trip. How much would you pay? Hey, my lady, you should know that the reputation of Viscount Consort. You're not getting to joyride in the airship. I rightfully stole it for free. On the Crescent, your reputation's worth as much as pig droppings. Less even. That can fertilize a field. But I never. Or is truly befitting of a what? Consider where you are and who you're with right now. My lady, you must have misheard me. I meant nothing of the sort. I'm glad. It's an honor to have met you, something Count Leonard. But you'll have to be on your way. Oh my. I've never been shown disrespect since the wine incident of 279. Capital-eyed. Can I steal from you? Hey, a fortune cookie! Alright, Gecko, what you got for me? Oh, the trainees are hanging out! Hey, Gecko, we haven't really had a chance to talk. Hello? What is it? We're the only kids our age, that means we should work together, right? Well, funny thing about that, Raina, I'm using you in one playthrough and Gecko in the other, so you're definitionally not working together. He just wants to ghost ride the whip. Who doesn't like riddles as part of the date? I just want to get to know you a little bit better. There's nothing interesting about me to know. I'm just Gecko. Everyone in the crew is mighty interesting. Bit of a reader. What do you have there? Oh, it's about cooking? That seems pretty useful. Let me see. Isn't this about poisonous plants? I'm sorry, I can't actually read. I was just looking at pictures. You can't read? I thought everyone's parents taught them. They didn't have much time for that. I know. I'll teach you. How hard can it be? Doesn't that take you years or something? You don't need to waste your time on me. Can't be that hard. I'm sure it'll be fun. Okay. Also, he's sleeping. The sleeper. They're cuties. Alright, where is the exit? Is it all the way over here? Oh, Chalice is up there. Wait, I missed Chalice. Can't believe you of all people would go adventuring, and with Talon, no less. I believe someone kept telling me to make the most of my youth. I was telling you to be less stuck in church all day, not go out doing... Was it a good experience? No, it was awful. Terrible living conditions, always on the run. That mess with the fanatics. At least Mince cooked well. I'm glad you're safe and sound, but all the more stronger for it. Surely it's time to return home. Logic dictates I should. There's more I want to see of the world that scriptures won't teach me. I support you going your own path. While I support you going your own path, the Crescent is no place for a non-combatant. You know I'm much tougher than I look, and I have Talon with me. I think such a powerful opponent was here all the time. You have my respect. Not bad for a mortal man. Had enough? I won't be defeated here. Allow me to show you the limits of my power. You've barely even scratched the surface of my technique. Is he fighting a chicken and losing? That appears to be the case. I don't know what you see in him. I don't see much in him at all, but he's entertaining. There's a reason they're on the team together! I love them. They say the Seahawks have new recruits to execute downed opponents to gain combat experience. Do they have no sense of mercy? Not in their blackened hearts. Apparently, they always leave the enemy commander until last. That is after putting everyone else to the sword. Ellis, save us. These people just roam freely? Adventurers can't live with them, can't live without them. Someone's gotta be feeding the monsters, and it ain't me. What are they saying about us out there? I'm guessing that's a joke about, like, Fire Emblem players. You know, feed weakened foes to your training projects. Kill the boss last to maximize experience. Just calling out the average Fire Emblem player. Is that the average Fire Emblem player? I feel like that's like the mythical, like what people say. But I don't know that I've ever actually met someone who like does literally kill every enemy on the map and reinforcements and before the boss in order to train their trainees. I'm sure they're out there, but I don't think that's the average. I think most people get bored spending 2 hours on the same map. Maybe I'm projecting. I get bored if I spend 2 hours on the same map. And I like using the projects. Like, you see, I've got Gecko, Galeforce Gecko. Tightening regulations on weapons and drinking hours is causing unrest. We'll die down eventually. The alternative is violent accidents in the making. Orende's people are descended from the bloodline of great adventurers. We're born with weapons in our hands. We shouldn't be treated the same with the same principles as the soft mainlanders. I'm simply an advisor. You can take it up with Oren. We know you've got Oren's ear. Your interference with our way of life is not appreciated. What way of life? Bar fights and blood sports? We're not savages. Am I interrupting anything? Nothing of note. Don't worry about it. I trust you're prepared? All we have to do is bring back the chief from the gathering. Shouldn't be that hard. Recent news has reached my ears that things might not be so easy. Are you familiar with Orende's relationship with the guild? Long story short, the guild is bad. Can you finish, Dune? It's not that simple. It is that simple. They're crooks and scoundrels, the lot of them. We don't need a deep dive into coastal politics. I know that the guild forces all channels of trade from the Crescent through Yeldanzar's merchants. Honest workers are labeled as smugglers for defying their obscene markups to sell our wares on the mainland. The guild is a blight on the Crescent. Crude explanation that was, but that's the gist of it right now. The guild cooperated with the other settlements in the years past, but now its trade monopoly is being eaten away over the years. It's taken to aggressive measures. And it wouldn't be this bad if we didn't let them roll all over us, Archsage. I'm not liking that accusatory tone. We're doing what we can. We can't simply go to war with them. So you're worried the guild might make a move at the gathering? It's not like you give a damn about treaties when it doesn't suit them. We can argue, we can agree on something. All their rivals at one convenient spot would be where they'd do it. Got some glum faces in there. You called for me, Archsage? Glad you gave on such short notice. This is Persimian, a local fruit seller. An upstanding trader who'd deal with us rather than join the guild conglomerate. Thank you for the introduction, but I'm already acquainted with the captain. We discussed fruit prices over a coffee. It was enlightening to hear about the oversaturation of honeydews this season.
was getting up to the Cantaloupe crisis before you had to leave. We should finish that conversation.
Melon prices are mighty interesting, but I believe I called you here for a reason?
I'm not that old. Have patience. Here's what I discovered.
Shipment of weapons, inflows of metal and materials, and these names? They're adventuring band contracts. Only adventuring bands have names that stupid. I'm duly impressed. You've got some impressive eyes and ears, Persimmon.
Those fools in the guild couldn't slip a fly past me.
Even a quick glance can tell this is concerning. We cannot say if the guild means to break the coastal treaty, but I fear the worst. But if it does, gut them like they deserve.
Got a vested interest in you, Captain Ellery. Don't waste it.
The Seahawks are more than a match for anything merchants can throw at us. We'll bring the chief back safe and sound. Flying in the breeze doesn't get old. This should be a nice break from mission. Grab the chief and collect pay. Tension between the coast lords have been growing for decades. Something unscrupulous is bound to occur eventually. I hope you're wrong. The situation with the Saltsworn just blew over. The death of one of the Crest's faction leaders doesn't blow over. That's why I'm still here. Be ready for the worst, but not on vacation. I figured adventurers would not operate outside coastal politics, you understand? Find loot, kill monsters, explore new lands. That silly romanticization is what storytellers would have you believe. The wars between the settler factions have been far deadlier than any monster. Adventurers have been caught in the center of it. Of course, tales are more optimistic than reality, but what's wrong with that? Besides, that was years ago. The Coastal Coalition exists to keep the peace now. A temporary ceasefire. You may have naive ideals about what adventurers should be, but gold drives the hearts of most. When the ceasefire breaks down, they'll be just mercenaries by another name. We'll see. Hopefully not on this trip. I want to be uneventful and boring.
Captain, you know what we've been missing this whole time?
Worker compensation insurance, job security.
Yes, but I can't fix those. What I can fix is that I made us a flag.
Our drive ship does need some more color. Let's see what you got.
Here you go. I got a lot of input from our crew.
Let's see. This is our namesake up here, the Seahawk.
No, that's the Seahawk II, the ship.
I thought this up here was the Seahawk II. It's twice the size and vaguely ship-shaped.
No, that's the animal.
My mistake. I can tell where the crew wanted their own input. Wait, is this what I think this is? Hey, I can see you're admiring our handiwork. How does it look? That's supposed to be a portrait of you next to a cooking pot? Wow! Couldn't you tell what it was? You got good eyes. Why do you think this needed to go on a flag? Flag should represent the crew, right? I'm pretty important. That's true. That's true. I think it looks good. That aside, good effort. I'll have it up immediately.
Glad you like it, Captain. Uncle Mince and I worked hard on it.
Huh, Uncle?
Grania, do you know how old how old do you think Mince is? 40, 30 something?
I'm 22!
But
It's a lifestyle choice, and a good one at that. Call me Big Bro from now on.
You should keep calling him Uncle. He does seem the uncle type.
Then you should call the Captain Auntie. She's older than me.
Duly noted, Uncle. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Get a second action on kill once per...
Infinite durability lance of Galeforce?
Does this combo with Ellery's ability? Like she can Galeforce herself and four-way dance people at the same time?
Status, greed, power, spite, flesh, sight, freely, given. Skyboat isn't great for my sleep.
For this item alone. Yeah, I know it's tied to the item. I know it's tied to the item. Oh, Lance is the best weapon in the game because of that. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Question, if you trade it, because it's once per turn, but is it once per turn per unit? Like, if you do a trade strat, can you Galeforce with multiple units off of it? You just have Galeforce while it's equipped. Okay, so I can just... Trading doesn't harm anything. Okay, so it's not once per... It's not once... The once per is tied to the unit, not tied to the weapon. That's pretty fucking good. Oh, Sundown Bay. Never have I seen a greater nest of permanent miscreants. Its golden fields lure innocent traders, such as myself, with great promises. Then they charge you an entrance fee, a right to business fee, a road fee, an escort road fee, a protection fee. You might as well combine them right to breathe fee and get it over with. Of course, I refuse to give in to their demands. They came in the night, masquerading as pirates. Memoirs of Tassel, how I became the greatest merchant in the world. That's the guy! Tassel's the guy! Tassel's the guy! The guy we stole the bow from. This is it, Sundown Bay. Present's breadbasket. I can't believe we're going on a detour to buy pastries. If we're going somewhere new and don't bother to check out the local delicacies, why bother? Because we're supposed to be doing our job? There's more to these pastries. Acquiring these pastries will boost crew morale significantly, essentially performance. That's a more elegant way to phrase how much you want these pastries. Believe me, Mince, the crew will have their morale boosted, you have my word. You're really pushing up my expectations! If the taste doesn't make me ascend to the next realm, I'll be disappointed. Pastries are great and all, but that's a lot of smoke coming to the town. And I doubt it's all coming from the oven of your local baker. There's somebody coming along the road now. He doesn't look like a baker. Welcome to our town, travelers. What's going on back there? That's the annual meat smoking competition. A great festival. We'd be excited to have you. A meat smoking festival? Tell me more. It's where, enough of this farce. I got you now! Make another move and our head rolls. Now that we're at your mercy, who are you and who do you work for? The mighty Corsair Coven, of course. Now drop your weapons and your belongings and step away slowly. Is this enough? Doubt he has anything more meaningful to say. Ooh-ah! What an unfortunate move on his part. He'd probably have better luck if he tried holding you hostage instead of... Axes beat lances, after all. Wait, what? Oh, he's talking to Ellery. Everyone knows that rumor was fabricated by the Axe Association to sell more axes. So what is this about Corsair Coven? They're the deadliest band of pirates for Albatross Point. And, we went over this. It's been months since we passed here. I can't remember all the nobodies. Most aren't tougher than the average, but they're led by the infamous pirate sages. Exiled Oak Hall mages who've turned to crime to continue their illicit projects. I heard these sages experiment on their own members, with concerning results. Lynchus has a bright future ahead of him. Given who and what we've encountered, we can take on some pirates. The town owes us quite a favor. You can guess what I'm gonna say. What are we gonna do? Not help out and watch the village get pillaged? The pastries won't save themselves! We've fought all kinds of people, yet it still comes back to pirates. Easier in the conscience, at least. Then it's settled. Let's go back and get the crew. Chief Orin won't mind a slight delay in escort service. As expected, these ants are no match for my brilliance. Sundown Bay will be mine.
You mean it'll be the cold callers? You're working for his behalf.
Hell with the cold collar. I did all the hard work, I deserve the spoils. But I am Hagendire, scion of House Hawk, descendant of the mighty Horn of Hawkblade. And I am of the bloodline of kings from the Age of Gods. How dare they rate me as a fourth in the pirate sage trio? These peasants should worship the very ground I stand on. So unworthy is their weak bloodline. Yet it is I who toil away as some common laborer. I who must offer my rightfully earned loot. I will never forget such humiliation. They will forever regret the day they dared to insult one of the Hawkblade bloodline. I swear it to my ancestors.
Yes, my lord. Very true, my lord.
In fact, I did so much hard work here that I'm gonna have a nice nap right here.
Should we just kill him?
A cold collar will have his head when we get back. No need to do the deed ourselves. Take what you said back if you value your life. Your pastries taste like days-old gunk on a poorly cleaned... Ugh! Even now, this man dares to spew lies and attack the honor of the cook cabal! Ellis will be my judge. You cannot obscure the truth. Lads, how do you judge this man who insults our sacred recipes? Only death is the rightful punishment for sacrilege. Rip out his lying tongue! The people have spoken. I'm a generous man, so I'll give you one more chance. How were the pastries? Your pastries, ugh, taste like crap. Death! Death! Kill him now! Death will be given, but not a clean one. I'll remove every one of his limbs one at a time. So, you gonna go? Nah, you first.
Yeah, come closer. I've been meaning to test out my new hammer.
You know what? I just bought my armor. How about you go first? Let's just wait for the other side to break through. Between our mighty trio, Freezin' Fred, Ballista Bob, and of course me, Persian Pam, the enemy won't stand a ghost of a chance. Wait, where's Ballista Bob? He's late.
About that. He got his head smashed in by one of those rat ring. I'm his replacement.
Not Bob! Never will the world again see such a fine shot. Well, go get the ballista lady.
To tell the truth, I don't actually know how to use a ballista. I only said I could so I could be sent to the back line.
Right, so now I have a useless lump of wood here?
Does this one feel more valuable? It's smoother, so I think that's better.
Die, bandit!
Ah!
Get back here, you! Oh, my knees aren't like they used to be! Big trouble, Bird. It's the Seahawks again. You gotta be joking! Let's leg it right now! His loot is slowing us down. I'd rather die than drop my loot. They'll never catch us. Well, this looks like a mess. Engage standard protocol. Kill anyone that looks at us funny. Why? Why do you have a dot on you? A wandering pilgrim to an amateur food critic holds controversial opinions about cheese and has a morose air about him. Ooh, he's a dark mage. I love that this chapter has like 12 different pre-battle conversations. It's chaotic. Time. The boss of a local crime gang and acting mayor of Sundown Bay, former led to the ladder. Pacify. Spell Thief. Like a normal mage, but more likely to remove your possessions. Spell Steal. When fighting magic units, add triple their magic to the damage? Yo, we finally found the anti-mage mage. An exiled noble and co-worker of mine, incompetent at everything, and yet he still thinks highly of himself. He has his, snutter snipe. He's not asleep, even though the cutscene said he would be. Lance Lass, a young lass with a mysterious past hiding her name and identity. No one will find out due to her death. Spear Maiden. Oh, that's gotta be what, Crynia promotes into, probably, if I had to guess. Has uses as a lightning rod. So that's the freeze guy. That's the purge guy. Do we have a silence available? So we can just immediately silence you. Let's grab the pitchfork for John Fire Emblem. Freezing Fred, Ballista Bob, and Persian Pam. I love their polycule. But Ballista Bob is dead! Ballista Bob died! Alright, mints. I think this is what we do. Finally, someone that can use the funny Dark Mage. What? Rip the Lance last. So sad. Also, what loot do y'all have? A crystal axe and bags of junk. You've got the uncut gems! Oh, baller. Okay. When the gems are uncut. The Dark Mage in the bakery. Reinforcements beneath the hill. Hold on, rats. This is our damn town, and we're not gonna hold it. We're not gonna lose it. Alright, I think what we do is we go here. We swarp you. Stop. It's hammer time. The swarp strat's going crazy. And we talk to you. Are you alright? Those pirates really did a number on you. I'll live, but pirates? What do you mean? Huh? Then who did we fight just now? Unimportant. Let me get my books. I'll be with you in a moment. Lux Leech Shell? Lindros Gaming? Minus 3 HP, plus 2 defense, res, and luck. He's responsible for food. His nickname says a lot about the state of education in the Crescent. The Cook Cabal. What started off as a passionate group of cooks turned into a cult looking for immortality through the perfect— What?! Ridiculousness. Basil, what are your stats like, by the way? Also, I love that map sprite. You have a why do you have a strength stat? I guess Seekers must get daggers or something? Or maybe they go Dark Knight. Dark Might adds strength to damage while oh, that's why. Okay. So he's Mr. One Range Mage. He's Mr. One Range Mage. Gotcha. Pain Pastry sounds free of consequences, even with the minus 3 HP. I can't reach. Hold on. We'll delete this timeline. His skill icon implies that he's punching people. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it kind of does. He hits them over the head with the tomes. Basil is really bad. He's way worse than Tower in this patch. I love Basil. I get him to level 30. He doesn't seem particularly good. But also, you know, I'll figure out who I want to use when I want to use them. I also don't think being worse than Tower is, like, the benchmark. Tower's a Jagan, right? Like, Jagans are usually pretty good. Basil is usable because dark magic makes him tank really hard. Yeah, I mean, if he has Shell, he has 16 defense. That's, like, pretty darn good. He does very high magic damage, and that's kind of awesome. Ray isn't as good as bottom 5 unit. Society win. Society when the societying happens. I also probably should have given the Seahawk flag to someone else. Like John Fire Emblem. I'm unprepared for this turn 1. Those tomes being 1 range is fine, though. I mean, his ability boosts him while he's at 1 range anyway, so, like, you know? Is Anna Jane Fire Emblem? You know, that's actually a good point. Fun fact, Chalice used to be the Reflect unit with 2 skills reflecting damage, but they changed her to her current where she has skill and defense. You mean like counter stuff, right? Like counter magic stuff? Counter and counter magic? Interesting. Interesting. Seahawk flag! Yo, even at weapon triangle perfect accuracy? What is the hit rate of the Seahawk flag? Only 100. Huh. That, okay, I mean, maybe John Fire Emblem's just goated. So we Crocodilio you. Basil looks somewhat happy right now. He looked sad in his OG. Basil of Baker Street. The pirate had less than 6 avoid. Oh, that's ridiculous. Damn. That's embarrassing for that pirate. TBH. Pirate, I hope you're fucking embarrassed for that. That's embarrassing for you. Alright, we'll silence the Purger. That pirate was just too fat. I like that since her staff animation is the potion, it makes absolutely no sense for long-range offensive staffs. Feathery Fury! Wait, what the fuck? Some kind of bizarre abomination that could only be made by a brilliant mind. What the hell? Alright, well, let's Fancy Stabber this thing. In 3.0, Elrace is gonna chuck potions all the way across the battlefield like footballs. Galeforce Gecko time! Galeforce Gecko Gaming! Alright, we can Windsword here, although... because we are doing this dance, do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. Alright, let's give you the Seahawk flag. Gecko, please, you have a 60% speed growth. That's why I have the Windsword on her, because she's getting slowed the fuck down. And we... Galeforce plus refresh. So this is gonna refresh all 4 of them. Our charge squad gets to blitz in. Oh, the super curved axe. So if you could kill with the Iron Blade. I think we have Talon go up here. Talon can potentially, like, pivot off of you with Inner Power. Or not Inner Power, Fair Fight. What do you have? The Rondel Dagger. Yeah, let's pivot off of you with Fair Fight. Basil gets one-routed on his join map in Misery mode, even with Shell. And yet, people keep telling me, oh, you should have played Misery mode. It says it's untested, but it actually plays like it's tested. That doesn't sound tested to me. That doesn't sound like something that plays like it's tested to me. That sounds, in fact, like how I would expect an untested thing to behave. What's up? Okay. Where were they? Oh, thank you. I am streaming right now, by the way. Okay. Just, you know. We'll feather... okay, we can Feathery Fury you. And then I guess that would mean... you can... well, you can kill and retreat even without the Feathery Fury. So what if we Feathery Fury you so that Gecko can kill with the Fancy Stabber? Yeah, I think we Feathery Fury you so that Gecko can kill with the Fancy Stabber.
People just want to watch you suffer. Basil is the best unit for misery mode 0% growths in this map. I mean, if he gets one-rounded and his gimmick is being bulky, I think that is not true. If I had to, you know, guesstimate, I would say. Riker has to rely on effective weaponry with his noodle arms. Gecko is a pain in the ass to train. His gimmick is to be a nuke? I mean, he starts with Shell. I feel like his gimmick is he's the first Dark Mage you have. Probably more than anything. I think in the next patch they should give Galeforce Gecko an upgrade. It fits for a villager girl, but still? What do you... I'm confused. What? With Contraption, he's like the only one with the speed, defense, and res pairing well with Quillian's buffs. Quillian seems like a fucking 0% all-star. Inner power! Oh right, you are playable, I forgot. You just fucking died to the Merc though. 17 attack, 11 AS. No, you're actually fine. Okay, we'll Thunderbolt you. I need to get back to Triangle Strategy. I dropped it on the chapter where you choose whether or not to sacrifice the natives of the Desert Kingdom. I think that's pretty late game. This game has a ton of fun mechanics to try with 0%. I mean, I'll be for real. People might be disappointed, but when I inevitably 0% it, I'm gonna be playing regular 0%, not misery 0%. You can call me a fake gamer if you want, but I go with the tested modes. Is John dead to the mage? Yes. Dodge? Yes! That's John Fire Emblem for you, baby! Misery mode 0% is a lot less fun than regular. If that makes you a fake gamer, all of us are extra fake gamers. I think what makes you a real gamer is playing video games. Controversial opinion, unfortunately. Shouldn't be controversial, but it is. Sorry, my sandwich is very good. Okay. Google Fancy Stabber Gecko. It's made me appreciate my already favorite unit a lot. Who's your already favorite unit?
Also, Rip Riker. So this says multi-Cs, so that means Ellery's gonna need to go to this throne too, isn't she? Alright, let's chuck the pot. This will break the pot on enemy phase, but I think that's worth it. Does the new Feathery Fury count against walls? Oh, I don't know, actually. I'm not sure that this Seas is Ellery exclusive. Oh, I kind of assumed it was, but I might just be wrong about that. I mean, we can test the Feathery Fury, right? Right now he's at +2. +3, yeah, it does, okay. Baller. Alright, we Seahawk flag you. Bad concept. A game with multiple lords, you have to have each of them on a throne at the same time to win. Someone in the Fire Emblem Universe Discord had an actually really interesting concept for a Fire Emblem thing around seizing, where anyone can seize, but whoever seizes dies. Seizing is a lethal action. So you have to choose between either killing someone who you've deployed for, like, actually doing a reason, or deploying dead weight to seize every turn. Basically. 8 times 5 is 40. That sounds fun. Yeah, right? That being said, like, the response was like, oh, well, that kind of already exists in the form of deploy cuts. And it got me thinking, like, deploy cuts are something that I think often gets, like, hated on because they feel bad. But honestly, like, they can be kind of cool if utilized, you know, well, or whatever. Oh yeah, Locust doesn't have a palette, Lamau. Get wrecked, paletless fool. Okay, we got our uncut gems. Adam Sandler will be happy. How do we want to handle this? Alright, Flux you. Deployment slots are always bad. Why do you give me a fun unit with only 12 slots? Give me 24 slots. I think deployment slots probably feel bad, but I think that, like, from a design perspective, they are... I know people complain about, like, why can't I deploy everyone in my army? But it's because the game would be too fucking easy. Like, it's designed around you having a limited number of characters. If you had, first off, in this game, if you had everyone deployed, all of these people with all of these fucking take an extra turn, takes an extra turn, you would just wander in every single map effortlessly. But even on games with, like, less ridiculous tool sets, right? Oh, right, you can't attack me. Oh, well then I won't break the pot. Okay, that's pretty cool. Even on games with, like, less ridiculous tool sets than this, like, I don't think Fire Emblem 4 should be the standard. It also just makes it so that, just balance the map around everyone being there. Try balancing a map around 70 fucking blue units. Because most games have huge casts, right? How many characters are in? Let's just check Engage. FE Engage characters. Because that's the most recent, right? So that's like kind of a ballpark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We just got to Kagetsu, by the way. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We just got to Rosado. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 35 characters in a single map. That is almost 3 times as many as the end game deploy limit. Truly impossible task to balance that. Plus, your playthrough, like, the replayability of a game, if you could just use everyone, goes into the gutter. That's physic. Okay, we could physic you. We could just, do you have a vulnerary on you? You do, okay. Lindros Gaming, go over here. Oh, right, no, that would be in bow range. Fuck, okay. Full deploy new mystery. Oh god, that's got like 70 something characters because they made the absolutely stupid decision to bring back every single Arcanea character, which by the way, the only reason they did that, that awful choice, was specifically because, people complained that Largo wasn't playable in Radiant Dawn. Yo, Oriana Bulk moment. I think that if a game is designed around full deploy, you know, it can potentially be kind of cool. And you get cured this turn, right? Yeah, okay. Let's Leyline. Iron Blade. I'm the type of person who wants literally everyone. Trainees, normal units, old men, and secret units. I like everyone in the cast. Then play the game multiple times. Like, I'm sorry, the games are not designed for you to have 10,000 characters on the field at the same time. Nor should they be. Everyone wants full deploy until you realize the average Fire Emblem 4 turn takes like 20 minutes. With animations off. Oh fuck, you move! Oh, but we're fine. What about the Three Houses battalions? There's like 30 million units in the same turn. Well, that's not what I meant, and you know it. Okay, I think miraculously I managed to not screw that up. We'll turn you into mincemeat. Wait.
Look who it is, the big man himself, Barado, the worst chef this side of the world.
That can't be. They said you were no more.
Cabal would have hoped so.
I won't allow this. I will end your malevolent ways.
Malevolent ways, thus suggesting Cabal recipes might be imperfect?
Blasphemy, blasphemy! Do not speak anymore.
You won't have that much to worry about
You won't have to worry about hearing after I'm done. He said mince to the mincemeat. I think that, like, you know, Echoes and FE4 and Gaiden have, like, the full deploy design. But even then, like, you know, you don't full deploy in the dungeons and whatnot, right? I think, like, you can make a game with a very small cast, allow for full deploy, but then the trade-off is you've got a very small cast. You know, FE4, each generation has, what is it? Because you get 4 for each row, and I think 5 rows, so what is it, 20 units in each generation? Plus Seliph and Julia? 24. Right, because you also get, like, on the upper corners for Quan and Ethlin, or, Altena and Leaf, I think is what the other gen does. Can John Fire Emblem kill you? You 1-3 range? Damn, that's crazy. Alright, just crit. He did not just crit. Weakest ROM hack magic bow. Engage giving us the most cracked shining bow ever has changed the landscaping of ROM hacking as we know it. Don't get me started on 3 houses allowing full student recruits, and yet the deploy slots are like 12 to 14. With the size of those maps, if you had more units, again, like, not only would it every single turn take super long, but they also wouldn't be fun. Like, here, so now you have to attack me at 1 range. Mint's gonna kill the cook. I think that the desire, like, I understand the reason for the desire, because it's like, it feels bad to have to bench someone that you want to use, right? You always have to make the choice, which of my darlings am I gonna cut? But it's an eat your vegetables moment, because otherwise you would have a much more miserable experience with just, like, the super slog, and also maps no longer present any even resemblance of a challenge. If you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you have 7 moves though, don't you? Yeah, I guess we can pocket spell? I want to get the Ellery moment. It lets me do the funny Astra Sniper, Anna. True! Okay, Galeforce, Gecko, visit the house. Of course a blind man would take the least valuable thing in my house, but he dares to steal from me! Take this, adventurers, and show them what happens when they steal from me. Tear the skin from his flesh, rip the bones from their sockets, spread the entrails across the streets. Ooh! Killing Edge. Galeforce Gecko appreciates this tribute. Alright, let's... dance for you. Shove you. Shove you, and then go here. And then... so we can go Feathery Fury, and then we get the Seahawk Flag. That lady was a former thug, I'm certain. I think the sweet spot is 16 to 18 deployed? 16 to 18 is so fucking high. Maybe this is like, again, the eat your vegetables moment, but I think 12 to 14 is like actually where most Fire Emblems should be in terms of like the number of units you can deploy. It varies, you know, obviously it's gonna depend on the number of enemies on the average map. You have rescue, right? Yeah, okay. So what we can do is, if you Rondel Dagger, can't double you, we do also need to kill this guy. Can Ellery's ability activate more than once? Once per turn, damn. Damn, they're Ellery phobic now. Sadly, no. The amount of your units you expect to kill with an enemy would make the Sweet Sock deployment vary. Yeah, I think map size. I also think unit complexity is an important factor, because I think, if, you know, if the most complex thing you're doing with your unit is, like, move Dorcas in to enemy phase with a hand axe, or shoot someone down with Rebecca or something, right? Then you're not gonna have, like, the mental overload, that something like Cerulean Crescent has, where, like, every single unit is doing a ridiculous number of things per turn. Alright, I think we have you kill the Purge person. You have a Lance Reaver. Damn it. You're gonna be super triangle no matter what, unless we have a sword user there. So we could put Gecko there. Does Gecko live both of these? 16, that's magic, right? Gecko actually has, like, good res. Yeah, 16 res. Okay. We'll put Gecko here with the Fancy Stabber or the Frying Pan. Because the Frying Pan is boosting her speed and defense. 15 AS, down to 13, doesn't get doubled, and doesn't... Yeah, I think we can go there with the Fancy Stabber to 1-2 range. Then you go here, and physic up your boy toy. Lead by example, so they all kiss the same people that she does. What? I don't... Why is it about kissing? I'm confused now. Dawn Fire Emblem, you go here. I think Lindros is unfortunately stuck just hanging out here, because he doesn't have his skin right now. I'm being silly. Oh, okay. I was just confused. Sorry. I love how the log girl can just cheese the entire right-hand side of the map, upper side of the map, with log, with no downside. Wait, why is that? What does log do on the upper part of the map? But yeah, I think, like, deploy crunches are a mechanic that, like, is genuinely a good part of design that doesn't get explored often enough. And I think it gets a bad reputation similar to desert maps because Intelligence Systems has no idea how to utilize them. Like, the Engage dropping you to 9 during the Solm arc is awful. But I think, you know, a hack having, like, a free deploy of, like a free deploy where you get, like, 20, or probably not 20, probably, like, you know, 15 to 16 units slowly over time during the free deploy. And then once you get cut down to a deploy cut, I'll turn you into mincemeat, you have fewer than 15. Like, maybe you get cut, maybe you get, during the, like, you know, 7 to 8 chapters of free deploy that most hacks open up with, or most games open up with, you get, like, 15, 16-ish units, but then once you get deploy cut, you can only field 12 of them, and you slowly start increasing the number as the game goes on. I hate FE7, I hate Hector Hard Mode. I think Hector Hard Mode is another one where the deploy cut is poorly implemented, and it gives the idea of, like, fewer deployment slots a bad name, but it's because you get, like, 7 slots per map. Dying with my honor blemished. It was a perfectly fine pastry. But you get, like, 7 slots per map. One of those goes to Hector always. Sometimes Lynn and Eliwood are forced. One of those is probably going to Marcus. One of those is probably going to Oswin. I think the disparity in unit quality applies to it. And then also, and this is something I don't think is bad, but I think combines with the deployment slot crunch super badly, Matthew being basically mandatory on every map, because there's stealables on every map and he's the only thief. I think having stealables on every map is good, if you're going to have, like, thieves that can steal stuff, right? I think only having stealables on certain maps make thieves feel, like, kind of pointless. Because it's like, why are we bothering with this, right? You have 21 attack, 11 AS, so you don't get doubled, and you don't die. Lindros, how you do here? Don't kill. Because I would like to inner power this turn. Oh, I guess we can... Oh, no, you broke your thing. One, two, three. Let's figure out this side first. Alright, grab the Galeforce Lance. Fuck! We're using our first turn wheel. I finally caught a stream. Hello, chat. Hello! There's a door between the Soul and Yvette. I know. I know. But that requires then 2 people's actions, which is not something I want. Okay, we'll Fancy Stabber you, so we can Gale Force. Reaver moment. Yeah, I didn't realize he equipped the Lance Reaver. You know, there wasn't really a reason for him to use one or the other, just because, you know, There wasn't really a reason for him to specifically use one or the other, just because, like, swords moment, right? My favorite FE7 character is Geets because he's hot. Shouldn't a trained Matthew always outstat Legal? No. Trained Matthew, I mean, first off, why are we training Matthew, right? Like, why are we training Matthew? Why are we wasting the precious small amount of experience we get on Hector hard mode on Matthew, who is a utility unit that even if you train him up, his combat's not good. But also, a trained Matthew does not outstat Legal. You go here. Oh, I fucked up. Wait. Okay, we gotta use another turn wheel. 2 out of 5 used. 2 out of 5 used. So we Galeforce Gecko to start. I'm not skilled enough to train Matthew on hard mode, but bisexuals deserve to be powerful. Okay, so Gecko can kill this Armor Knight. I mean, Legal just has better stats than, like, what level are we claiming Matthew's going? What is a quote-unquote trained Matthew? Is he like level 10? Level 15? Let me pull up the Oify bot. Cause like Matthew doesn't have good growths. 10. Matthew 10. Remember, Matthew can't promote. Level 10 Matthew has 6 strength. Lol. FE7 Matthew 15. Which is absurdly high, by the way. He has 8 strength. Lol. Lol. Lamau even. Oh, you know what? I've been trying to solve this puzzle, and it's not a puzzle that needs solving. I forgot about Fair Fight. I just forgot that Fair Fight is a thing that exists. So, like, we can get both actions that I want. Because we inner power you. And then we go here, we inner power. Oh, fuck, I forgot to... Oh, I forgot to give him... It's fine. Give you a lance you can actually counter with. Thunderbolt you. So when we open this chest, we get a rapier, nice. We go here. Seahawk flag. Fair Fight seems pretty unfair, yeah. I like Thieves and Fire Emblem, but I'm not trying to do combat with them most of the time. I kind of, It makes me a little bit sad that Thieves have gone from, like, a pure utility class to a combat-focused class, and I think it's mostly as a result of, like, the fact that everyone needs to be, like, viable... Like, the fact we can't have bad units anymore means we also can't have pure utility units, if that makes sense. Because it feels bad. If Yunaka was just, like, bad at combat, but could do some, like, utility stuff, then people who are like obsessed with the Haya Papaya would just be sad that they can't use their waifu or whatever. Was that a Chukonu? That is a Chukonu. Unfortunately, if we go for you as is, we can't get Vermilion to safety. So I think we go here, and we'll just rush y'all next turn. Which means that those 2 turn wheels I spent setting up the Super Galeforce, sadly, were kind of pointless. Meanwhile, Mint's just down here. Honestly, fucking appropriate that Mint is taking on the Food Man. Hear me out. A Thief Lord with 10% strength growth has a dagger that halves the unit's strength. I mean, it's not quite what you're talking about, but Lord of the Seas has a dagger thief. Daggers in Lord of the Seas have the Luna effect inherently. And the dagger classes are held back by the units themselves having low strengths and the classes having low strength caps. Daggers are still the best weapon type in Lord of the Seas, like, pretty definitively. But I think it's a very cool Lord design. They also have the Fates dagger debuffs, but I'll be for real, just like in Fates, they never fucking came up for me in my playthrough. And I did 2 playthroughs, like one on and one off camera. Do you want a fun fact about how Chukonu works internally? I mean, my assumption is it's a brave weapon that automatically doubles or something. Like, a brave weapon, since it can't be countered, right? So I think the fact it can't be countered is a little bit of, like, trickery to trick you into the fact that it's, like, setting the unit's speed to some absurd stat so that they always double. That would be my assumption, but go ahead and let me know if I'm wrong. On initiation, it sets your speed to 99. Yeah, I figured. Because, like, if it could be countered, then you would be like, oh, why is my Swordmaster, like, not doubling anymore? And also, why is, okay, so if we... Perfect. You'd be like, why, and also why is there a void, like, sky high? You know, it'd be really obvious, right? So that was just my assumption, because, like, the Chukonu not being counterable is, like, not a Chukonu quality. In, like, the classic sense. What a world. From one low to another. Will this be the last? Okay, well, Iron Lance you.
I'm the master of the weapons. Tell me, traveler, what is your favorite weapon? I mean weapon, of course. None of these wishy-washy magic nonsense.
I mean, based on the people I've fielded, definitely not axe. Either sword or bow, I think, probably. Let's go with bow.
How does it feel being made obsolete by magic? Ha! Not good, I bet.
Oh my god! Wait. It's 2 range locked magic. Location seized. Yo, epic though. Alright, and then we javelin you, get our dance. No! The 1RN moments! Yo, we're fucked, aren't we? I guess we'll find out, but I think we're kind of fucked. The 1RN moment. Danny has a thing for bows, given all the Fates videos and such. I mean, no, it's just Mince uses bows and Yvette uses bows. I do think bows are cool when they're good. And I do think they're good more often than not, but honestly, like, I don't necessarily think I have a favorite weapon. Aside from magic, which is like almost always, magic is the most fucking like ping-pongy of all the weapons. Where, like, it's either phenomenal or awful, and it's never anything in between. Although I guess bows are kind of that way too, but it is sometimes in between in terms of bows. Relay my last orders to the Royal Rats. See, got anyone related to my killer and butcher them. Yo, that's a baller death quote, but we are using turn wheel number 3. Alright. Relying on that 1RN moment. Just trust. Shrimply trust. Shrimply trust. Come on, Ellery, you got this. There we fucking go. 4-way dance, baby. But you are not actually asleep. Like, that was a lie. So that was a fucking lie. So if okay, I can Vermilion kill you. Huh? All I did was take a nap. How did you incompetent fools lose so quickly? I surrender! I surrender! I'm not dying with these peasants! Then we dance for you. And we kill you. All hands on deck has speed and evade as different stats. That's a cool idea. That's Pirate Emblem, right? It's what the Project Pirate Emblem has been renamed to. I think it looks really cool. I mean, obviously, you know, like being a pirate Fire Emblem, it's gonna, you know, have some points to begin with, but oh, now you can double Galeforce Gecko. Now you can double the epic Galeforce Gecko. Alright, and then you kill this guy. Kill this person. And Galeforce Gecko kills this person. I believe! No crit, sad. Dodge? No dodge, sad. Now you crit! Okay. I see how it is, Galeforce Gecko. Shell. Shove. Does Gecko die to this guy? 18 attack plus 3 is 21. Versus 8. No, she's fine. Okay. Go here, Thunderbolt. Bada bing, bada boom. Can you use swords or something? No. I just sort of assumed, like, if you're gonna grow strength, maybe you can use a strength weapon, but sadly, no. You go here. Alright, chat. I'm gonna do a little something we call epically cheating. I want to see what all these options are, since they're all clearly tomes. A sword, how cliche. You fancy yourself some kind of fancy lord? Well, I'll tell you, it'll look real stupid swinging it. Oh! Wait, oh! Okay, so he gives you the reavers. Okay. And then wind is like, get fucked, bow user. Alright, in that case, my favorite weapon type is axes. Or, no, my favorite weapon type is lances, since I have no axe users. Ha, any fool can point head with a wooden pool. It's for talentless hacks. This guy's just got mad hater energy. You have to respect it. Understandable when you live on the Crescent. Galeforce Gecko strikes again. Yeah, get fucked, Lance Reaver Myrmidon. Makes me wonder if an anti-bow effective weapon would work. I think an anti-bow weapon could be kind of cool. Like the Bow Slayer or something? TMGC has one. Oh, it does, doesn't it? It's got, like, effective weapons for everything, I feel like. Let's have John Fire Emblem get this kill. Actually, in Lindros, just barely not. So what we do is we shove. So then Lindros can guidance. Effective against enemies whose birthday is on a Friday this year type shit. I mean, I think, like, the having an effect like a Sword Slayer equivalent for every weapon type is pretty cool. It's made me imagine an anti-man weapon. So my clan ends with me. So, the joke hack Code of the Burger King actually has an anti-man weapon. Believe it or not, the thing that you said is actually true. Because, it's got the Human Slayer, which is effective against humans. Which means anyone who's not mounted, or like, you know, otherwise a creature, like Biggles and skeletons and stuff. 10 use Human Slayer, my beloved. Amazing. Chalice, my beloved. I'm a Chalice enjoyer. I'm very much a Chalice enjoyer. We gotta get Mince's axe rank up. What location do we need to seize? Oh, is it this one? Middle one? I don't want to seize it yet because we gotta get the box. It's got ores in it. Rare ores. I guess we can see what's in the shop, but like we're broke, so the downside of a shop existing right after an interlude. Watch the top of the hill. Looks like they're bringing in the heavy hitters to dislodge our allies. You're the heavy hitters? You're not that heavy. Alright, just crit. That wasn't enough! Shitballs. I don't think I can successfully lunge here, right? God damn it. They have contraption! Turn wheel number 4! What does Pacify even do again? It has like a crit rate, I think it like hits on defense, right? Oh, it's extra luck, and it's got 50 crit. So like, it gives you a ton of, functionally what ends up happening is it gives you a ton of avoid and crit avoid. You have the heavy spear on you? You do, okay. Give bro the heavy spear. Y'all. That's so sad and cringe. I hate that. The effective weapon just fucking barely not killing. I don't think I have any way to boost him. John Fire Emblem 07. 40 luck got patched to 50 luck. Even better. Should have leveled strength. Yeah, John Fire Emblem doesn't know the meta. The meta is to level up all your stats that are good. Harm you. And then Seahawk flag you. Bada bing, bada boom. I guess you just wait there so you can seize. Oh, they're stationary. Oh, that's so sad. See, Mince knows how effective weapons are supposed to work. There we fucking go, my man. Can't defeat a box. He's just jagoning. He's just jagoning for the box. Thanks, Rat Ring. Oh, are these the actual heavy hitters? Zombetti? Champion, a front bruiser who's a little bit fast, uses swords and lances. Okay, so they're like engage hero. Can I fucking kill you with harm? Even through the barrier? She's so goated. Let's go. Yeah, okay, fucking heavy hitters my ass. Heavy hitters. The heavy hitters when Chalice shows up. Meanwhile, the heavy hitters. Meanwhile, the heavy hitters when fucking Lindros walks in the door, they win. The heavy hitters when Chalice shows up, they fucking lose. We don't even need to... Because, like, my plan was to just use Ellery Refresh, but we don't even need to do that. Like, we can just kill with Famian. I think getting experience on Ellery is still good. Your units are just goated. The heavy hitters can't do shit. Wait. Seahawk flag abuse! Seahawk flag abuse! More Fangian damage. Yeah. I fed her luck boosters as well, for what it's worth. Alright, what is in this shop? Gold. Cuts your foes and your net worth. I guess it's just like the tier above silver. Rapier. Wing cutter. It's all swords. You only sell swords, my man. This is discrimination against lance users. This is the worst kind of discrimination. Discrimination against me. This armor just really likes swords, okay? I'm going to allow it. Imagine if Gecko had missed there. That would be a funny 1RN moment. 17 strength on Talon. Yeah, Talon's just goated like that. Literally everything but defense. Sad, sad, sad. I guess we can sell these fancy ores, right? Oh, I already danced. As long as you keep one. I already have one in the convoy. I'm like 99% sure. Yeah. So I could get, another sword at the sword shop. Talon is C tier unit that got blessed growths. Look, I honestly, I almost benched him on the first deploy cut, and I'm so glad I didn't. I didn't bench him because I thought Fair Fight was pretty cool. And now he's just gotten, like, Strength Blessed, right? He's just goated like this. But Inner Power plus Fair Fight are, like, just cool. Do I want to buy? I guess I could buy another pocket spell, yeah. Let's sell the rare ores. Buy a pocket spell. Because we've got quite a few magical sword users.
I thought they made up all that crap about the Seahawks. They're monsters! Let's get back to the boats while they're busy stabbing Hagendry. He won't be missed. We surrender! Declined. Witness how your heroic mayor and her royal rats drove off this invasion. Without us, these villains would have burned your fields, eaten your cattle, and made off with your gold. Remember, it's only due to our efforts that Sundown Bay enjoys the peace and prosperity we have today. Rat ring! Long live the mayor! Rats are unstoppable!
Why couldn't the Seahawks have done a complete job to finish off the rats, too? Why? If any of the rats here, there'll be trouble. At least the pirates are honest about their intent to rob us. Meanwhile, these rats are siphoning our life, and they still have the gall to claim they only want what's best. I wish pirates won. How long must be days go on?
If only we'd been here. If only we'd been there to help. Glad our services weren't needed.
I've taken credit for others' work before, but never this blatantly. Don't be too mad, adventurers. Mayor needs to keep up appearances. All's good if you give us goods in return for our efforts. Of course, I'm a woman of honor after all.
First, let us retire to my humble dwelling. Then we can talk over some good wine and the bay's finest pastries. Of course, I'd be honored. Splendid! I've even invited an unexpected guest over. I'm sure we'd both be interested in what he has to say. You really think this is a meal you can afford to take? If anything happens, order the Seahawk 2 to blast these rats into oblivion. Then bring some pastries back for me! I must say, those pastries were marvelous. It's almost as good as the feeling as seeing this scumbag get beaten up and imprisoned.
Ellery! Do you have anything meaningful to say, or are you just here to mock me? The latter. How's your career been since your exile? You're one to talk! I heard Maurice utterly destroyed your forces! Old friend of yours? A rival from my days in the mainland. He was exiled for redistributing royal funds under his management to his own mansion. Evidence you falsified so you could take my position! I apologize that I was unable to make an execution. No worries, good captain. Mistake we can rectify. I plan to hold a festival in honor of my victory. Our victory. And a nice execution always does wonders for entertainment. I can't say I see the appeal, but perhaps the Crescent has different tastes. Wait, please, you can't kill me! I have important information! Oh? Are you interested? I don't imagine a common pirate has anything interesting to say. I must take my leave now. Your hospitality's been a delight. Laugh while you still can, Ellery! All three pirate sages are launching a full-out assault on Arinde. Soon you'll have no home to return to, you traitorous bastard! Oh? I think you might find this interesting after all. Tell me everything, Hagendry. I may spare your miserable life. If you want this, then... I don't have time for this. Mayor Thyme, do you have any interrogations on hand? Any good leader does. I'll talk! That was easy. Didn't even need to see the tools. The Pirate Sages want to steal the project Archsage Nerissa is working on. And the Saltsworn wants revenge on Orin. Both want to plunder Arinde for all of its worth. Saltsworn again? I heard the Carrion Crows had pushed them out of Anon. I promised to repay you in gold, but perhaps there is an alternative. You sound like you need help. Certainly. How many men can you send? A few. Even better, I will come personally. How dare these pirate sages think some pitiful mook will be enough to take me? I will give them a piece of my mind. Pitiful mook was all it took to have you on the ropes. We'll be honored to have your help. We must depart immediately. Don't leave me here! I'll take this scoundrel as well. I get more use out of him dead than alive. I'll have to schedule a replacement then. I think that was a typo, right? It's more use out of him alive than dead. I wanted to bring an uneventful journey. We've barely left any town, and that's over. You were an idiot for hoping. Don't rub it in. It's about to get more eventful. The pirate leader we caught claims the rest of the Corsair Coven, working alongside the Saltsworn, are invading Arinde. Taking advantage of both Orin's and ours absence. Good timing. Then we must return at once. Rinde has been great to us. You don't need to convince me of that. We're not losing the base we just set up.
The Coven, huh? Their heretical experiments have gone on for too long. They have some nasty tricks up their sleeve.
We saw that some of their troops need to be killed twice. Any other secrets you know?
The Pirate Sage wheelhouse is said to regenerate near instantly from any wound. Another one, Loquat, is said to live as two halves, which can revive each other.
Noted. Slightly harder to keep dead.
The last and most powerful is the Cold Caller. He rarely shows his hand, so few know the extent of his power.
If not much is known, how do people conclude he's the most powerful? Because he's mysterious. Always safer to assume the worst. Hopefully his skills are just calling down snowflakes or something. We'll depart immediately. Chief Orin is on his own. I'm sure he'll value us saving his town over giving him a ride.
For once, I'm looking forward to stating my axe.
17 strength and 20 speed. That man is one rounding even on misery mode. Bro's just built different. The peace brought about by the creation of Coastal Coalition lasted merely 20 years. In the year 294 Restoration Era, two incidents dragged almost all colonies into conflict. One in the east, where the guild fought its rivals for control, the other in the west, a skirmish between the pirates and the colonies. It was during this time when the name Ellery came to prominence. Records of the Crescent. Yeah, so we are... Ooh, hello! Irinde will pay for what they've done to Anon, to the Salt Sworn, to Mother. The Seahawks will be easy pickings once we've eliminated all their allies. It's pronounced Hagen Dyer. Yo, Hagen White reference?
These villagers are putting up a hell of a fight. Why couldn't this be easy?
We just want to take their stuff. Why do that be so difficult?
I hear this warehouse belongs to the Seahawks. Let's take a look. Surely they have tons of food. I don't know, man. I heard stories about them. It seems risky. No worries. They're halfway across the coast by now. Wayne won't make it back.
Seahawks, look at it!
Yo, Pomelo coming off the bench to kill Guy. Seahawks! Couldn't have come at a better time. We came as fast as we could. How's the situation? We've prevented these robbers from breaking into the residential area, but their main invasion force is going straight for Rinde's town hall. Looks like the raiding the town is a secondary objective to them. There's a secret entrance here. We should be able to surprise them. Are you sure you can hold the gate? No point in saving the leaders if the civilians get slaughtered in the process.
Us civilians can take care of ourselves.
I usually don't interfere in external affairs, but this would be really bad for business.
No idea what business you run, but I can say the same.
Glad to have you with us. The bravery of everyone in Rinde is worth 10 pirates. I can attest to that. A bunch of pirates snuck in earlier and got torn to pieces. I'm impressed. The villagers of the bay didn't even put up a fight.
Don't compare us to those pushovers.
They come to the Crescent fleeing danger. We came to the Crescent seeking danger. Go ahead, Captain. If these pirates think we're easy game as the bay, they got another thing coming. And we'll be going. Give them hell. Drinks are on me tonight. Everyone better live to see it. I'll hold you to that promise. We'll show them why Rinde is the most vicious town in the Crescent. Seahawks got Death Axe and Jim. Not going up against the Seahawks. I heard what they did to Corky. A bunch of armed citizens arrived as well. Odds look bad. Let's just sneak away. This ain't worth giving up our lives. Leaving work early, gentlemen? There's too many! They got loads of backup. We had to make a tactical retreat. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Let's see what new foes have arrived. Thanks, boss. They're over there. Really, this pathetic rabble is what caused you to flee? No, not just that. There were these... The only place you're tactically retreating to is the after. Anyone else thinking of running from some civilians? No, boss! We fight to the end, boss! Let me show you why they call me the cool. That's snow? Heard of this further north, but never seen it before.
This isn't good. I suppose the work of the cold caller, given the cold part.
Sounds like a lame title. Surely we can take on this cold caller.
I assume so as well, but he's powerful enough to make snow in this climate. What more is he capable of?
Halt! You will not make another step into Arinde, pirate scum!
The only thing that's gonna be cold after this is your corpse.
Some may call you brave for challenging, but I would just call you fools. Know that you face the lance of silence. I have no need to hear the words from walking corpses. You'll be first. Dodge tank! Yo, the guard killed the cold caller? I got him?
Why are you all standing around? Slaughter them!
Press the advantage! Paint the streets red with their blood!
Is the fighting over?
No, we're commandeering the use of this tunnel for official purposes. Move aside. Hey, who gave you the right to just march down here? We're charging a fee for the right of... Working with pirates leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But if Master Maurice thinks this will work, I won't question it. These people are complicit in Mother's murder. Show them no mercy. I think the great archpriestess Nerissa would enshrine herself in some tribal town. You may have tried keeping your secrets from Okal. It will only benefit me.
Shady thief is causing a ruckus, boss.
What ruckus? She's saying the Seahawks beat Hagendry at the bay and are heading this way. The men are getting really nervous. Damn that incompetent Hagendry. Men assault every entrance. Prepare every entrance for a full assault. Yes, boss. Should we prepare some traps? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Thief saw this happen. How did she outrun a skyboat to make it here before they did? Yeah, that's not right. False alarm. Don't bother with traps. Just keep looting this fort. So wait, does that mean... Yup, that's Locust. Fucking immortal. She's still got her fucking bags of junk. And then his big bird over here. I guess he's not on this map. Chat, are we Lindros gaming or are we Thyme gaming? That's the question of the day. Because Lindros has, like, insane magic, but Thyme will actually double stuff. And has a leadership star. Getting crit by the green unit. I didn't expect that. Didn't expect that, did ya? Lindros doesn't want to fight mages anyway. Well, I'm not using Lindros to fight mages. Crime Master. Criminals committing crimes. Yo, okay, so this must be the promotion from Spell Thief. Summon Self. Only one half is alive. At the start of the turn, you summon the other. Ooh. Okay, so this is the clone version. Oh wait, shit! I missed the quest, didn't I? Potato! Yeah, we missed Potato's quest. 2 ruined houses. Fuck! Okay, at least Chopper is here, and Chapter 14, yeah, okay. Well, fuck a duck. Oh, I knew that, oh, that's unfortunate, okay. Lindros with the tomes would be fine. They're not competing for the same role. I mean, they're both mages. Like, they do... Obviously, you know, the Spell Thief deals extra damage to mages, but they are both, like, the hit on res people. New units on this map are kind of goofy. Tazel the Wagon. Oh, he actually joins us, because I saw him turn blue. Tonic Master. This unit drinks tonics for buffs, or throws them at foes for statuses. Tonics refresh after 1 to 2 turns. Pick an effect on staff or item use. The item use does not end the turn. They have the same weapon types. You have enough animatomes for both. It's not the animatomes that I'm worried about. It's deployment slots, right? Like, the reason I'm saying we would cut Lindros for Thyme is because Lindros is the most underperforming unit on the squad. Everyone else is doing something I care about. Or is just like a baller. Like, Lindros has been underperforming for a couple of chapters. Basically, the only reason I'm fielding him is because he's, like, my only way to deal damage to, like, the low-res, high-defense enemies. Hello, Skullcrack Jr. Leader of the Waywinders. Okay, so that's the axe we need for the dude man, the short axe. Lindros could make Dicer work. I mean, yeah, it boosts his speed or whatever, but... I think I already have... I have Wind to boost speed, and then Dan's Dicer is the Brave one, right? But it's like a shitty Brave weapon, right? Thyme, what do you got? Dan's Dicer? Yeah, 2 might, 60 hit. Like, fuck that shit. That's awful. 60 hit? If Lindros had the Dicer of Dan, because he can't take advantage of Triangle. He has 105 hit before enemy avoid. Like, that's pretty fucking bad. The 2 might doesn't matter because of Lindros' magic. He's not one-shotting things with a 5 might tome. So, like, 2 might is worse. And if he's not able to consistently hit both times, because, again, low accuracy, this is 1 RN mode, right? 60 hit is awful. At least he has a good skill stat. But, like, his luck isn't great. I think I'll go with the person who can double with an actual accurate weapon. Sorry, Lindros. You've been an underperformer for a bit too long. Alright, but now let's put you with the squad that's fighting mages. There's actually not that many mages on this map. These are the mage pirates. How do you not have mages, Lamau? You go down here. let's try it like this. Lindros on the Bindros.
Why? I thought the fort would be the safest place. Surely they won't find
On the Bindros.
Why? I thought the fort would be the safest place. Surely they won't find me in here.
You reckon I'm strong enough to break this cracked wall? No way, mate. You're all fat, no muscles.
Ah, I'll give it a crack, eh?
Get at it.
You have some interesting... OBS disconnected. OBS reconnected? OBS reconnected? We're back! We're back! You have some interesting colleagues to go this far to try to steal your work. Didn't think they could be this brazen. They've never dared to make direct confrontations until now. With Anon's help and Orin being absent, got a good shot. You know why Anon is here, of course. No use blaming Orin now. Let's focus on the present. I'd rather die than let these pirates get their hands on my hard work. I care not for whatever hocus pocus you're developing, but I cannot disgrace myself by letting Erinde fall under my watch. I suppose there's worse people to fight to the death alongside. It's certainly better, but I can't be picky. Alright, what have you three got? I know you have the extra turn spell. Double time. And a drain weapon. Oh, you can use... You have all S ranks? What? Is that Power Staff? Yo, I think I found the real Lindros replacement. Neresa's kind of fucking awesome. Son of the commander who got herself killed. Thinks it's our fault despite the facts. What an idiot. Defend/defeat bosses. Okay. We'll start by Feathery Fury U. Fancy Stabber U, then Feathery Fury, SSSS, Power Staff, and even Respectable Bowl. She's got the whole fucking package. Harm U. This class descriptions peak. Oh, I'll take a look at it after I handle this group. Sorry. Oh, did you already have 0 res? Damn. Cringe. Destroying this timeline. Skip the super long cutscene. Most enemies don't know what the fuck a res stat is. Yeah, but again, it's the Azel problem, right? Where, okay, low res is half of the equation, but if enemies have high enough HP that you can't one-round them anyway, then then it's still not great, right? Like, that's what Lindros is running into. He is failing to one-shot the majority of enemies, and he fails to double them as well. So, like, it kind of becomes a situation of, like, okay, what, what is your purpose? At least he lives on through the legacy of John Fire Emblem. So John goes here.
just commenting on the enemies already having 0 res. Oh! I thought we were still having the Lindros conversation. My bad. I misunderstood. I know Lindros is like a fan favorite, but like it had to be done. It had to be done. Lindros is Lindros. I might be pronouncing it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. I might be pronouncing it wrong. Fair enough. Oh my goodness, okay. I thought he would only be attacked at 2 range. Alright, what is your class description? Masters of all forms of magic theory. Ain't too good at casting. I mean, she's got low growths, right? But what if I simply said I don't care? Flux the 6th? No, that's the 8th. Flux the 8th. More Flux for people who like Flux. Is like... Oh, you've got baller animations too. The joke was just Lind gross. Oh, okay. Don't let people hear you say that. Oh, I didn't... Okay, wait. Fuck. I didn't realize the double time was itself an action. I thought it was like an attack. My bad. Sorry, dude. I didn't understand your mechanics and I fucked up. Crocodilio. That would be way too broken even for this game. You know, you say that, but it would be funny. Like, I thought it was like Raging Storm, right? Like, it was a combat art, basically, right? Sword U. Funny always wins. Double time is crazy, but Jun's never really popped off for me. A lot of movement, but kind of meh. We could just turn 1 kill Locust. plus 2 is 36. We're just shy there. Galeforce flag. Mince. Alright, Shrimply Crickwayne. No! Yvette! The 1RN! This. Yo, the 1RN strikes again! We might be kind of cooked. I can't believe the 30% miss chance would happen. Yeah, I think the game would be better if it, like, literally never missed when you have a 70%. That would honestly be pretty cool. This post brought to you by Yvette Gang. We might be cooked, the vegetables, when they see mince. Chat, are we cooked or just french fried? No deep frying or cooking has happened here. Do y'all know where that chattery cooked or just french fried comes from? It was the garbage Plants vs. Zombies replanted advertisement. Where they had like a fake streamer developed in a boardroom playing the original Plants vs. Zombies that they were like pretending is replanted because replanted sucks so bad. They couldn't even hire a real streamer. And streamers are cheap! Streamers work for less than minimum wage on the regular. Hello, chat. Hello, Crown Connoisseur. How are you? Crocodilio. Chat, Yvette is so awesome. I think Yvette is my favorite unit in this hack. Like, it's either her or Mince, right? Oh, I have the second aged wine, don't I? I could be worse. I used up all of my social battery today. How's the stream going? It's going pretty good, although we did just run into technical issues. The thing is, like, the units that I love are a high enough level that the booster is not, like, a huge deal for them. Like, all my favorite little Brumblies, like Talon. Oh, wait, hold on. We're gonna use a turn wheel because I realized I could have Galeforced with Talon. Okay, that's 1 out of 5 turn wheels. Checked off. Shrimply crit! Talon crit!
Talon smash!
It's pretty windy today. This gale has a lot of force to it. Chat, I've actually, you know, on the topic of wind, right? We're experiencing, like, snow in my parts of the world. That's pretty cool, right? Go here, Javelin 17. Okay, here's the plan. Snow is cool, but I never get to see any here. That's sad, I'm sorry. Up. And then the javelin. Fresh all y'all, but also we are gonna trade the flag onto Riker, so Riker can get 2 more actions. We love big crits in this house. Hell yeah. That's y'all. Fair fight to start out. Build a perfect fusion of might and magic. So now you have 20 attack. What's your skill? Imbue. Restore all HP at the start. Oh. Wait, why didn't Talon get this extra turn? Oops. My alarm just went off. 40 brings it down to 25. We can still get this kill, but I thought Talon would have an extra turn. He only gets an extra turn once, even if he gets refreshed. Okay, so from the source... Okay, so like the way that the sources work, they just interfere with each other. Because did he fair fight earlier? I don't think he fair fighted earlier. I might be misremembering though, because turns last fucking forever in this, right?
My flawless body is failing? These are the signs of humanity.
Fair Fight has a global flag that gets reset every turn. That's why it's strictly once per turn. I know Fair Fight is once per turn. But did I Fair Fight this turn? I didn't think I did before that. We're now in a... I think Riker dies to these guys now. Like, did I fair fight before refreshing him? I don't think I did. I might just be misremembering, though. Like, I don't think I did, you know? I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Crit! Nice, nice. Crit! You aren't supposed to be here. No matter, I've survived worse. The flag, fair fight, and weapons that refresh the users cannot stack. Oh, so I could... So because he used... So it's because he used, the flag. It's the Galeforce issue. Okay. My mind fractures further, but I will cheat death again. You were right, you hadn't used it. Okay, so I'm not crazy. It's just the mechanics... They cheated me from my rightful prize. Years of work. They'll all die with me. I'm the crazy one. I'm Joker coded. We got more documents. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to do a turn wheel. Cause I was counting on Talon having another action after fair fighting. Oh? Okay, because the ghost went up north instead of attacking Riker, I think we're actually fine. By killing that swords guy and turning him into a ghost, I think we cheated death. This is why Nerissa is S+ tier. Yo, so real though. Fuck! Oh no, we're fine. Pum pum param pum 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 param pum 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 param pum. I guess I could try. I haven't used tonics on the dude yet. Dude man, tonic man. Because he can't reach. 1 to 3. I guess we could tonic item. Heal all HP and clear statuses. 10 attack for 1 turn. +1 move this chapter. Cooldown +1. We're free. Tonic Man is free. Okay, we pacify you. Easy money? Did you check Tazel's ranks? Can he use S-rank bows? Yeah, because he had the bow. He had the bow in his... So if you don't... Okay, question. If you don't pay him for the S-rank bow, does he join with it in his inventory, or is that just it? Is that just your SOL? Even though it's his, he doesn't have it anymore. I'll check, but I don't think so. That'd be fucking hilarious and lame of him. John Fire Emblem can kill this guy. Go here. Leyline to heal Gecko. Feathery Fury you. Magic up. He does not have the Chung Yang. That's kind of funny and lame. That like he's such a loser. He must have sold it in between. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Fancy Stabber, you. Over here. And kill you. Heal you! You must have a Spell Slayer. The Axe Wyvern must have a Spell Slayer. Alright, so there's y'all are like that. Okay, so I think you've got crocodiles here. This person in the face. Give you a short bow. Heal you. More luck and strength. Honestly, quite incredible. That's double, not bravery. He does not have the bravery available right now. Yo, the virtually guaranteed crit. Halon Gaming moment. You, Iron Sword. Hurry up. Oh shit, the fucking pincer attack. Lemon sword. Alright, well, hit you. Have Dune kill you. I like Dune's red Pegasus. It's pretty. Heal up the random Rondel Dagger guy. Like, we are getting very pincer attacked right now. Flux 8. Let's go. Goodbye, Waywinder. They hate the log. They fucking hate the log. Why do they hate the log so much? I stopped reading Flux after the 5th tome because I didn't want to keep giving money to the Ellis sect. So true, though. So we kill you with the short bow, Yvette Gaming. A rank already. Yeah, she's gonna be able to wield that S rank bow before long, right? That one villager is just surrounded. Oh no! Look at him right there. He's like, help, help, help! Okay, Amaterasu moment. Fight you. An iron sword. Minion. Ooh, a Chukonu. Let's get some assistance on this front. Mince Gaming! Flux you. Iron Lance you. Okay, now I'm curious. Can Dune kill herself? Chat, we have to find out. You can try, smiley face. We're gonna try. Because worst case scenario, because of the way that saves work in this, like we get a funny clip moment, and that's it. Pew! Pew! You know, we can just be like, suicide in Fire Emblem? Well, there's that suicide in Fire Emblem. Wait. Wait, chat, that wasn't even on purpose. That was just me being stupid. He boosted his magic on death. I know this gets rid of our suicide moment, but honestly, I think we already got the clip. I think I just already accidentally got the perfect clip. By being a fucking idiot. Everyone has Kanto. Gen 1ers. Yo, they do be Gen 1 Pokemon fans. That's so right, Tricky Burrito. It's gonna be impossible for me to go back to a Fire Emblem where infantry do not have Kanto. I'm just gonna be like, but that's how it works. That's how the game works. you actually have good defense. Silver lands, short axe, so 24, 22. Oh, you get doubled. Don't you? Okay, so 16, and then you... Okay, so 16 plus 24 minus 14 is 10 is 26. Yeah, so you're actually fine. We'll heal Chalice. Oh, Tazel has such a cool healing animation! Wait, y'all. What are the other Rivain projects? I don't know. What are the other Rivain projects? That is a good question. Closing act, minutes before sunset, settled by sunset, and Cerulean Crescent Gaiden with Gecko as the Lord. Wait, there's a CC Gaiden? Is that like... I mean, I'm guessing it's like a side story or whatever. Is that like finished or is that just ongoing? Yo, he dodged though! Villager man dodged. Goated. It's a work in progress. There's not even a demo out. Gotcha. Gotcha. The fuck is your bulk? 12 defense. Oh, because you're shelling. But you have only 7 res. Okay, you know what? I think we incendiary bow you with Mins. Are there any quests on this map? Yeah, we need to get this guy back. This guy, the axe back. I think it's the iron axe. Crush these bosses under your boot. Yeah. So, Skullcrack Jr., as long as we leave him alive, you know, we're fine. Fair fight you. Heal Talon. Flux you. Then Talon Iron Lances. My arm! My arm! You won't get me that easily, Seahawks. I'll cover for you! Run for it! I won't forget this! I've been defeated, but I can't fall here. But yeah, I messed up. I missed the quest on the previous map. Chat, if you, I would not consider it backseating for you to be like, hey, just remember to check quests, Danny, because you keep forgetting to check quests. So if you, if you want to, do that, I will not object. Okay, what we do is Galeforce Gecko frying pans her way through this loser. That's why I asked, yeah. You know, like, I don't want, like, strategies or being told, like, specifically what not to do, but just remind me of the quest thing, since I clearly have a bad track record with them. And then Galeforce Gecko here. Fucking speed, Gecko! Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 2 movement for that. Okay, we pitchfork you. Hey Danny, if you press new game in the start menu, you can recruit a dancer. Yo, no way. It's so fucking real. Seven times 5 is 45. Right? 7 and 14, 28, it's 35. Fuck. Okay. Tazel. Set up this kill. 35. Yeah. No, I'm doing the math out loud. I don't need that level of backseating. And let's just make sure that I'm right about this. Not. Okay. How much do you take at 2 range, though? Because of your skill? Okay, you're fine at 2 range. So we will Astral Strike you. And that's that murder. I'm a Fire Emblem fan. I can do math. I know because I'm a Fire Emblem fan. Fire Emblem fans can't do math. Well, no, I can do math. Like, I got there in the end. I just have to do it out loud. I'm mostly sure that plain old thing is the chop or the mana assist fine. Call it intuition. Alright, so now the next question becomes... Oh, we can actually just kill the person this turn. Yeah, okay, so... I think what we do is we dance... Thyme is probably our best hit rate for it, but... What's your avoid? You got 50 avoid! Yeah, let's dance Thyme.
So yeah, Pacify Junior. Your bravery won't overcome the difference in equipment quality. Okay, Skullcrack. Just making sure we got that chest. You're just reinforcements, right? Y'all don't drop anything I care about. Yup, alright. But we came so prepared. Is good gear not enough? Are you dropping frames again? I shouldn't be. Is anyone else experiencing connection problems? I don't think I'm dropping frames. Anyone else? I got ads. Yeah, I mean, I do have the ads on. They're set up to just, like, you know, automatically or whatever at times, but it's just on my end. Yeah. Yeah, and Twitch doesn't seem to be having any problems either. How bad are the casualties? How bad is damage to the town? Minimal to both, Arcsage. I can tell. Everyone's still looking cheerful and the buildings are still standing. What a relief. I was expecting so much worse. We've killed 2 of the pirate sages, but 1 is unaccounted for. We can't let our guard down yet. The cold collar person? Not to worry. Here. Ah! This is his head? How did he fall so easily? I took his head in single combat. It was as glorious as it sounded. Impressive feat, but who would have believed eyewitnesses? Didn't need to bring his head back. This is a family tradition. It will go up on my wall to honor my ancestors. Interesting practice, but I won't ask about it. But now that our immediate worries have been solved, time to address the next step. We should wait for Chief Warren to return. Let's not make decisions on his behalf. Which, if I may remind you, is your job. I'm sure he'd agree Arinde's safety comes before getting a little quicker lift home. We can't waste the advantage we earned. Surely you don't suggest we attack Anon immediately? Of course I do. We can't allow them the time to lick their wounds. To go without retribution? This is betting the lives of Arinde's people and future on an impromptu invasion? We need time to learn about our foes, prepare supplies, minimize risk, and... we don't retaliate now. They'll take it as a sign of weakness. With the Seahawks' help, our victory is all but guaranteed. I would not shed tears if the Salt Swarm was to be permanently destroyed. But keep in mind that while they control Anon, they are not the townspeople. Semantics. We should crush them as an example to whoever dares to mess with us. Do I have to give an opinion? I'm not sure what to say. This is beyond my concern. I'm retiring early for the night. I have my own health to look after. You're overstepping your boundaries, Seahawk Captain. Perhaps so, but what she suggests bears merit. I suspect she could suggest we burn down the whole town and you'd agree to spite me. Quite petty on your behalf to assume this is mere pettiness. This won't get us anywhere. Let's see what Arinde has to say. Are we going to let these invaders go unpunished? No! No! Do we want them to think that we're weak without the chief? No! No! Should we take the fight to the enemy? Show them the might of Arinde? Yes! An eye for an eye! Come to a conclusion. Take the fight to an eye. Glory to Arinde. Of course, glory to Arinde! We have a reputation to defend. The Salt Swarm will regret this. I suppose the die is cast. If all hands are in, I'm in too. I'll follow your lead. Let it be known that there is an honor amongst thieves. You have the support of the rats. Brilliant. Let's feast in celebration of our victories today and prepare for another. Strongest generic soldier ever. 313 Archer could never. Especially because 313 Archer sucks and is a sniper. Leaving celebration early? I've had my fill of the crowd. Ellery and I are also taking a break from the noise. These cast folks sure do get excited for celebrations. There's a little interest in watching rowdy folk get drunk and singing atrocious tunes. You can't be so grouchy that you wouldn't enjoy a celebration. You were with the spit-roasted pig for quite some time. You practically devoured it.
The meat was mediocre at best, but Eldest teaches us not to turn down generosity.
People kept offering us. We've made quite the name around here.
Unfortunately, they don't understand that a person might choose not to drink. It kept bothering me about it.
Left me well enough alone when I glared at them.
What happened to not turning down generosity?
It has its limits. The limit being letting me have my peace and quiet.
I do want to point out that if we didn't stop for pastries, we wouldn't have stopped to help the Sundown Bay and kept going. The conclusion is that pastries saved Arinde. I'm not entertaining that conclusion. As much as Arinde credits us for arriving and saving the day, I have a feeling that the town would have been fine even without us. You think so? The townsfolk here do seem more militant than the bay not far over. How can so little distance create such a difference?
It's only been decades since each colony was founded by very different settlers. Those with initial differences mean much more than short distances.
It's silly that each colony fought so much when the Crescent itself is such a threat. Each life lost in these wars is one wasted. Hence, I'm not eager for this battle. I'm a bit surprised that you've always fought like a lion. On the drop of hesitation visible. Because I don't compromise the survival of my family or my team. But I'd much rather be fighting the Crescent and its dangers. We're adventurers. Conflict is our enterprise. Human conflicts tend to be a lot more profitable than those inhuman ones. There are other ways to put coins on the table. Anon has given me hospitality before. I'd hate to return with steel and torches. There are only so many tombs to raid and relics to pillage. But the scope of this opportunity goes beyond that. Here we have a town without a solid leadership and an easy enemy to focus its hatred towards. We've already earned their gratitude. We can further establish our influence with a good victory.
That's why you're stirring the pot. It's a more dangerous game than simply hunting down a dragon.
I've made no secret that I don't wish to remain just another adventurer. I see the chance to establish ourselves, a real power on the Crescent, in the Saltsworn, rather than just a warm body.
I don't recall you discussing this with us before your decision.
This line of thinking is what sparked the wars that brought about the treaty. We suffered those hardships in our workshop trip because we were just some adventurers. There's no power on the Crescent that will protect us, but if we become that power, is that not what you want for Crynia? Knowing your foes, her foes, are out there? Besides, we ain't burning the town down. We've heard of how the Saltsworn struggled with the Carrion Crows after Salian ate it. A simple change in control could be enough to turn Anon from enemy to reluctant ally. That's sufficient reason. I have no objection against this excursion.
You've got your mind set. Nothing I could have said that would have mattered.
I value the crew's inputs, especially its senior members.
Sure, while the rest of the crew are merrymaking, it's up to responsible adults to get everything ready. I'll return to the warehouse and start preparations.
I will as well. See you two in the morning. Making bigger plans so soon. Now that's the Ellery I remember. Of course, if I want to have a serious shot at revenge, it won't be as easy as a wandering vagrant. One step at a time. I'm glad you've toned down your foolhardiness. I have your back. Happy days! I can feel my act call out to me! Are you sure this is it? It looks identical to everything else I've seen.
I'm certain. Its unassuming exterior hides unrivaled power.
If you're so sure, I'd like my reward then.
Here you go. With my beloved by my side, I need no other axe as replacement. Now there's much shopping to be done.
Not gonna ask about. I guess I'm not gonna ask about those free chops. Now Mince can double, even despite his speed blessed. Odd time for a request now, given we're going to war. I have a very relevant offer, given the circumstances. Let's hear it. I assume Arinde will support C. Curio and the Carrion Crows in controlling Anon. It's an easy deduction, given our common enemy in the Saltsworn. The Carrion Crows are short-sighted, gold-hungry sellswords. They cannot be dealt with in the long term. Perhaps, what does that have to do with you? I put forward myself and my acolytes as more suitable allies. It does me no favors in the eyes of most to be associated with the old gods and their followers. Anon originates from those who escaped the sex persecution. The old gods have sway. A few select words and a manufactured divine miracle easily distort public perception, especially for those with less than stellar reputations in Anon. You make a compelling argument. But the sect holds considerable influence over the Crescent today. It's common knowledge you're no friend of the sect. It doesn't mean we can afford to defend their enemies. Of course, I cannot expect that. But this year they'll have bigger issues to deal with than heresy. Besides, you'll run into their backwards tenants again in the future, for which you could use some allies. Despite your claims of being a priestess of the old gods, you only represent yourself, not your deity. We're both professionals. You can skip those pretenses. If you'd make a religious appeal, I'd have declined you immediately. I'm inclined to take your offer given you're truly capable of what you claim. I suspected this was a deal you would take to a fruitful partnership. What was so important that you wanted to speak with no others around? It's difficult being a follower of the old gods in this day and age. I understand the need to hide your faith from the less tolerant. I have no idea what you mean. Never followed the old faiths. No need to keep up the act. Even if we do not follow the same deities, we are united through a common foe. If I was one of the faithful, then I would have no more need to hide anything. But I am not, and I am clueless to how you came to that conclusion. But I can feel the mark of the otherworldly on you. Allow me to trace it. Not the bard, nor the smith, but, well, divines. No, it's nothing. Are you sure? And I see that she has the blind thing now, too. Are you sure? Explain. There was something to it, right? I was mistaken. It's nothing. I bid you good day. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll do 12X.
I'm here. Ooh.
Welcome, Chief. You're cutting a bit of close this time. I was told horseback would be faster than boat. Bunch of liars. My horse ran off and I had to walk the rest of the way. With little to show for it, but a sore backside. The horse probably feared for its safety. It'd be dead if it carried you all this way. Then it's at fault for being weak. Usual protocol, lads? Usual protocol. We drop weapons here. Take good care of these. I don't want to repeat it last time, where some rookie accidentally made off with my gear. I want to reiterate that it was not Sean's fault. That it was Sean's fault, not mine. He was on duty. Sure, it's always blame Sean. Let's not forget the rookie was under your watch. But you decided to go drinking. I'll leave you fellas to it. Enjoy standing around. We won't. Enjoy whatever it is you important people do. This ain't over, Sean. Great. So happy to be here. I have some time to turn before the meeting starts. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, I'm controlling Orin now. Okay. So he's a halberdier, but he can use axes. Add 4 times the weapon weight difference to damage. If this unit drops or rescues, you get... Yo! That's pretty awesome. Rescue drop gets an extra action and a leadership star. A support with Nerissa. This is my favorite unit. Awesome. Fog of War. Child, what have you got to say? What are you doing? I'm trying to open it, duh. Why are you opening it? Because I want to open! Anything could be behind this door. I could try. I think the door's too old. Hope they don't charge me for this. That's not how you pick a lock. I got the result. That was fun for the next few hours. That was my fun for the next few hours. Now what do I do? Did you not want the door open? Not really. There's just nothing else to do in this boring place. It's more fun to imagine what was behind the door. Take a look around. I don't know what kids do. Great, I can look at how many lines this floorboard has. Oh, what's this? Something beneath the floorboard? You know, I'll keep this funny looking thing. You can have the boring bottle. Thanks, I suppose. Oh, elixir. A bobby was pilfered? Worth 10,000 gold? Bitch, give me my bobby! This is outrageous! Someone of my status to be stopped at the gate by 2 goons? These 2 goons are pretty sure you weren't invited to the gathering. I was not! But I should be! Do you know me? No. I'm the patriarch of Lake Longer, John-clad Fishman Alliance. Ring any bells? No.
Gentlemen, what's the commotion?
This old man can be something like John Alliance, I think he said. You there! You don't look it, but surely you aren't dumber than these 2. Let me in! I remember you now. You're the leader of those lake pirates. And now currently dogs of the guild. Lake pirates? Are they pirates too wimpy to actually make it on the ocean? I'll have you know we're a humble, hard-working fisherman. I resent any implicate...
Kick him out. We don't acknowledge any roadside vermin as a coast lord. Much less one licking the guild's boots. Yes.
I, John, will remember this insult to my name and my clan. How you feel about that, John?
Boss, you sure it's safe to speak here?
No worries, good man. The shed shelters us from spying eyes. Are they ready?
They're far less controlled than what was promised, but we're almost in position.
Of course. Those oak hollers always overpromise and underdeliver. But you did good. The beast will be a nice surprise for the evening.
You wanted me, Captain. Does anyone suspect anything?
As usual, our plans are without a hitch. The guild has their usual men, and Orin doesn't even have a posse. Perhaps he's too poor.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm just more comfortable traveling alone.
Who are you sneaking on? Chief Orin!
Do I look like someone who's sneaky? I think you might just be inattentive.
Do we silence him? Are you mad?
I heard something about beasts and a surprise. What's that about? Actually, who are you lot? You're not the regular guest of the gathering.
A sensible question. We are crooks personally hired by the good prince. We capture the finest of beasts as dinner for the finest of the crescent. It was meant to be a fine surprise, but I suppose it is no longer to you.
We're doing dinners now? That's great! Never did like ending each gathering cold, hungry, and miserable. Could I have a look?
The secrets of my trade are not open to prying eyes, good man. You'll understand.
Well, keep up the fine work. You think you bought that?
I assume so. My performance was simply marvelous. There's not much else we can do. Orin's not the brightest, is he? The John saga continues.
Unari! The only person I'm looking forward to seeing at this farce.
I can say the same. You're looking big. Ate the whole pig before your arrival?
Perhaps. And you look as handsome as ever. All ready for some exciting action?
I wish. Thought of having to see Jaziel's face for hours is making me feel unwell.
Ha! Prince Jaziel. He hasn't been a prince for 4 decades. Yet he clings on to that scrap.
No matter how blue his blood is, he still needs to sit with the dirtbags like me at the same table.
Don't even get me started about the guildmaster. I can complain for years.
But enough about that. I heard about your incident. How are you dealing with that?
Incident? We solved the green tide for now.
What? No, I mean about the whole business with Kayleen.
Well, she certainly can't make it to the meeting, but what about her?
Orin, you can't be this clueless, right? The Coastal Coalition are going to grill you for being complicit in her death. As much as everyone tries to pretend it doesn't exist, there is a peace treaty.
I was acting to defend some allies, and I didn't even see the Salt Swarm, much less fight them.
You don't need to convince me. You have to convince everyone else at the table.
If they reject my explanation, what's the worst they can do? Put an embargo on me?
It's not a good look. I suppose with everything else that's going down, maybe it won't matter.
You have my back, right?
Of course. Oh, is that the ancestor? No, that's just Jaziel. Okay. The same class.
Can't believe the sect sent this guy. Harvard and Lilac! Pleasure to see you again! I trust the sect master has seen my letter?
Ant knows not why the man steps on his own.
Come again? Did the sect master accept my explanation?
One's reflection in the water distorts with wind and light.
Don't give me this crap. You weren't speaking like that last time we met.
Is the turtle not more praiseworthy than the hare?
Now you're just stringing words together. If you didn't want to talk, you could have just said so.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I don't. Figured you would get it the first time.
Then have a good day. Choke fish. Late as usual, Orin. I live the furthest from the sanctuary. Plebeians make excuses to defend their own laziness, as expected for a town that digs dirt for a living. For someone who looks down on our work, you still have to buy from us. Or that one time, just outright stealing.
Not stealing, it was compensation for the insult your miners dealt to my knights.
Yes, from a conflict your knights started for being huge twits.
Won't bother entertaining such crude accusations. Are you ready to sit down and get this over with? No, I have someone else to talk to, and I also want to see what's behind these doors. Okay, well I can't see what's behind those doors, so it's probably the beasties. But let's at least talk to you.
What a nice morning. What business do you have with me, dear boy? I have a minor request regarding your associates in the mainland. That they stop raiding and burning Arinde's ships as they come ashore. I have no idea what you could mean. I have no jurisdiction over the mainland. Did they think your men were pirates? Everyone knows that you have House Heron in your pocket. You resort to such means to maintain the guild's monopoly? Surely you aren't suggesting I have any insight into the minds of the highborn. Perhaps you should pay them a visit, sort out any misunderstandings. And I'd be hanging from the gallows by the evening. It'll help you to be too distrusting. You've been awfully aggressive lately, good man. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure we can discuss this in greater detail in the meeting.
Oh, that's a woman! That's an old woman! Okay, I thought that was an old man. Some dodgy-looking fellows seem to be keeping on the shadows. What's going on over there? I have no idea what Jeziel makes his granddaughter come to these meetings. She's always bored out of her mind. I feel like the sects hate him as much as we do, so they keep sending him even though he hates it here. A good pal from the adventuring days, the de facto ruling of the fact that all of these characters are getting descriptions in Orin's, narration instead of Ellery's is a little concerning for their chances of survival. Who? Me? I'm Orin. That's about it. How do I describe myself? I like eating chicken baked in clay. Well, hurry up.
Mayor Thyme isn't here. Still isn't here?
She doesn't deserve her place with us. Start without her. We're also waiting on Caliane, but I believe one of us has an explanation for that.
Look.
Arbiter, start with the formalities. I'd like to announce the 19th, 20th, whatever, the something-eth gathering of the Coastal Coalition. Go for it.
So, what's the first point of discussion?
Orin, did you forget to read the agenda?
We had an agenda?
Discussions were never going to follow a structure. May as well give up on that. By the name of Ellis, how hard is it to follow a piece of paper? Which is just as well, since the items on the agenda seem targeted towards the guild.
Perhaps if the guild retracted its tentacles, that wouldn't be the case.
John? John!
Ugh, why would you do that? I managed to doze off. You don't get to fall asleep if I'm suffering this cold. You are too. Sean, you are just the worst person.
Oh, Sean and Sean are dead. Are we going to forget Chief Orin's most grievous breach of the treaty yet?
It was the Tide or the Seahawks that killed Commander Celine, not Irinde.
Dear boy, that's like saying when I beheaded a man, the axe is guilty.
Hold on, we still haven't Orin should have to answer for his crime, but the guild is just as guilty as he is. Plenty of pirates and adventurers are paid with guild coin to attack our ships and men.
Allegations still unproven, unlike what your knights have done, which is properly proven. Arbiter, give me the wording in the treaty. Where was I? Alright, this line. Colonies of the Crescent will not take offensive measures towards each other. That's it. How does this even matter? It is as clear as day that offensive measures means only direct attacks. I've only defended my territory, but Prince Jeziel and Chief Orin have no such excuse.
If your territory was the entire Cerulean Crescent,
we take a moment.
Offensive measures means only unjust military acts. Any action I've taken has had plenty of justification, unlike that Irinde or the Guild.
I believe that is your definition, and of course you are also deciding what is just.
Arguing over the wording.
Of course I can decide what's just. I'm a prince!
Ellis, please, strike me down and end my misery.
Did you hear that? No. Seriously, there was something... Look, I'm done. Mike is practically deaf. I didn't ask for a fireball to just go off next to my ears. Just drop it. I'm serious. Serious. Serious!
I demand compensation for my losses.
The sun would sooner freeze over.
I'll just be silent for a while. I'm very curious that...
Huh? Something wrong?
Did you choke on a fly? It's a windy night, but that was definitely not the wind.
Perhaps you're simply hard of hearing.
So this was your plan? Crazy.
What the?
Performance is over. Let's get to action.
Don't let her escape! Out of the way!
1,000 thanks, dear boy.
You imbecile, why would you do such a thing? I wasn't about to see a life taken by vile treachery. I thought you were a man of honor. But to attempt the murder on neutral ground agreed upon for decades?
She was your enemy as much as ours. I will not compromise my own integrity to reap the benefits. Then know that your integrity earns you a quick death. Wait. Ugh. This wasn't part of the agreement. The agreement didn't involve Orin compromising my plans. You told me he wouldn't interfere. I didn't know he would do this either, damned honorable fool. But he was to be unharmed. If we lose the Guildmaster because of this, I'll do more than one blow with my axe. Have you caught the Guildmaster, Captain Sequoia? It is with much embarrassment that I return empty-handed. Did you not have the place surrounded? How did a decrepit old woman slip through? She may be old, but age has not made her any less slippery. Our beast temporarily turned on our handlers, the unreliable things. She ran through the speed of a woman a quarter her age. Relying on experimental weapons, White fights us in the rear. Should have seen that one coming. Why must I be so cursed by the incompetence of others? If it wasn't for Orin, I'd cleave his head off. If it wasn't for Orin, I'd cleave his head from his shoulders. Don't. You don't want to lose me as an ally, Prince. Not now. You still defend him, even as he's left our plan in tatters. Friends, let's not bicker. Now that the Guildmaster lives, we must stand together. If our alliance fractures... Yes, I don't need you to remind me. Don't address me as friend. I shall let him live in my infinite mercy. You speak truth, Captain Sequoia. There's another loose end to tie up before we discuss our next step, Arbiter. Violating neutral grounds and employing heretical monsters. I suppose you're prepared for the sex wrath? That's a given. Now would you kindly have an extended stay here, our treat? And here I thought this could be my home... I could be home by morning. This day gets worse and worse. Take the Arbiter and Orin to the cells. No need to get rough. I can walk normally. Get a healer. Let's not look so grim. My mother always told me. The bread is burnt, enjoy the crunch. What? That's supposed to mean something? It means make the best of any situation. I'm almost sure of it. We have the advantage of surprise. We can still enjoy the crunch. It will take time for news to reach the guild. We must hit them at every angle with all we've got. Let us discuss the exact details, preferably not standing around a half-dead man. Expedition 1. Encountered minor spatial distortion, 17 locals lost in exploration. Result, keep sending them in. There must be artifact hotspots in there. Expedition 3. Expedition is waylaid by unknown party. 33 expedition members made and killed by unknown attackers. Result, increase expedition recruitment. We can afford sustained losses. Expedition 6. Expedition had 3 survivors, each with contradictory accounts of death. One recounts a cave-in, another mutiny, a third supernatural interference. All seem of sound mind. Result, locals are no longer willing to accept task at reasonable price. Have some forcibly sent down. Note for Archsage Ulag. Researcher Cornelius has wasted time, resources, and personnel for no purpose other than to satisfy his own curiosity. I forward that these operations be shut down and redirected towards my projects. Archsage Ulag. So you like the world building here? I mean, I think the flavor of it being like each chapter is introduced by books is pretty cool. I gotta be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the story. I was talking about this with one of my friends. Overall, the combination of... Are we just... This is chapter 1 again. This is awful, I hate it down here. Are we in a time loop? No one forced you to come down. Then quit your yapping. You've lost your right to complain. Let this guy vent his frustration. It's not hurting anyone. He's hurting me. Hold on, what do you mean the most infamous anomaly in the Crescent? I thought this was one of Verinde's mines. You really don't know? This is the Puncture, infamous for all sorts of bizarre happenings. It's common knowledge. Come on, Captain. I'm not from the Crescent. I don't have this knowledge. But I'm also... You don't count. You've stuck with us for so long and nearly forgot. Let Lindros do the explaining. Because the person with glasses has to do the exposition. Long story short, there's plenty of foolhardy adventurers. They've returned with tales about the Puncture. Anything from items appearing where they shouldn't to hearing the voices of the deceased. Of course, there's a few that never return, or worse, return as undead. Let me get this straight. This place is a history of terrifying incidents, and Verinde decides to build a mine in the middle of it? Are they mad? The Puncture is rich in ore and gems, and if there's one thing that drives men to madness, it's possible profit. Considering Arinde's miners have remained active in these mines for so many years, either much of the tales are made up, or the puncture is no longer as dangerous. There's no free meal when it comes to what the gods leave behind. Mark my words, eventually they will be met with horrific fate. No wonder Nerissa asked us to bring out the Seahawks here. Thought we were recruiting miners from a cave collapse or something. Now you're telling me anything could be on the table? Hey, don't wait, doesn't this tunnel look familiar? What about it? We're going in circles? No, this is identical to the tunnel we ran through on our first expedition. Those crates are stacked in the same way. It's a funny coincidence. You sure you're not seeing patterns where there aren't any? I don't believe in coincidences, especially given where we are. Didn't Tower and I fight those exact same two undead when we were running through? Now that you mention it, I don't like that this could be suggesting. I remember the tunnel vividly. Every part of my body hurt. The legs were like pudding. And then Pomelo came through that entrance. Captain, why is everyone looking so worried? Did anything happen? Not really, I just came back to report that the crew is still sweeping the area. Still haven't found the miners. You gave us a good scare. Did I miss something? Nothing important. Maybe being underground is just getting to me. Still haven't found them? No, but my crew's been catching me up on the history regarding the puncture. Seems like a dangerous place to be mining. I've heard stories as much as anyone else, but it seems like there's little tangible evidence. On the other hand, all the iron, silver, and gems mined straight from the puncture have been a major contributor to Arinde becoming one of the coastal powers. Nothing of note has happened in all those years? There have been isolated reports, but none that warranted serious alarm. Till now, that is. You should have better informed me regarding circumstances. I have little idea of what we could be facing. There isn't much I can tell you about that doesn't come from hearsay. I fully believe that it's an ordinary mining accident, not something otherworldly. And there it is. This is perfectly explainable. Tunnels behind us are collapsing! Move! So our plan is settled. Sequoia's crew will take the guild outpost to Lake Lognir, while Lunari's and my forces on land will strike Yilzar from opposite sides. My comrades are simply unmatched on the ocean. The John Fisherman Clan Alliance will be finished by breakfast. I have no further objections, save one important matter. We must send an envoy to Arinde, both to explain the situation and to promise the safe return of the chief. The commander speaks sense. We can only juggle so many enemies. I'm certain I would be able to ease their worries with honeyed words. But alas, I can't be in two places. I see little need. What can they do? Swing pickaxes and mild outrage? I suppose it can't hurt. We should send someone of decent rank to assure them of our sincerity. Perhaps I could send my lieutenant? What skilled diplomats could either of you have in your employ? Just send one of my knights. There's a delicate situation. Are you sure your knight can properly resolve it? Of course. Unlike you commoners, my knights are raised with the finest education in speech and diplomacy. Ellis knows of that education, but through you. Well, I will depart for the lake. Let us meet again after a glorious victory over the guild. May Ellis be with us all. Ellis be with us, but the sect certainly will not. My head feels like it's been hit by a rock. What a terrible sleep. Because it was. You got knocked by a falling rock and I carried you the rest of the way. Hopefully it wasn't too heavy. You weren't, but your backpack was. Consider not carrying your entire livelihood with you next time. I will not consider doing it. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Actually, what even is this place? We appear to be in a ruin from the old world. In other words, a death trap waiting to happen. Surely this place has been cleaned up, given how long Arinde has operated in these mines? That's what worries me. I've never heard such a thing from the miners, who we still haven't found. It's plenty worrying, but I believe there's a more important matter at hand. Our entrance has been blocked. I'm tempted to tell you to knock me out again and wake me up when this is over. I suppose we'll just have to find another exit? I'm starting to suspect there's more to the tales about the puncture than I assumed. I'd rather not have found out firsthand. I plan to survive whatever this place has to throw at us, and add it to the pile. I have good news. Lindros discovered 3 switches that control the ruins entrance. And I have bad news. Look over that way. Is that a person down there? I wish it was. Look closer. It's a bit uncanny, almost as if it was imitating a person? The way they burst out of the flesh. I'm gonna remember that. Please don't describe it again. Needless to say, we have a problem. Like we do with all our problems, we'll put it down. We outnumber that thing by far. Shouldn't be hard. No. I've not been surprised in decades, but what in the name of Ellis? That's us. Well, not us. What the hell? I don't know what twisted remains of the gods enabled such things to happen. But what I do know is that I have an axe and something to use it on. Captain, we must defend the switches. We can't allow these things to escape. If they can imitate our forms, Ellis knows what else they can do. Seahawks, hear me. We won't be defeated by cheap imitations. Wait. Now we're this one? Instead of being these ones. Now I guess I can see the people I missed. The sword. No need to wave back. Canto plus, extra defense and res. The dev didn't plan for a plot, it just kind of happened. I can very much see the relics of what was clearly intended to be just an episodic traveling throughout the sort of Wild West area. And I think that would have been a much better experience than what we currently have. Are we the real Seahawks or no? I mean, this is part of what, like, because this is sort of like the perfect example of why I don't really like this plot. It's needlessly confusing. Also, should we use Tazel? He seems funny. Or Neressa. We have John on our side, so we should be. Yeah, I guess. The cutscene presented it as if this was the real Seahawks. But then they turned red. But it feels like it's random, it's like needlessly confusing. And it frequently just jumps around while also having all of the characters like hint at secret stuff that they know but you don't. Like, we spent the first 10 chapters, like, going for the workshop. And everyone just sort of vaguely talked about it as if you are supposed to know what the workshop is. It wasn't until, like, the end of chapter 5 that we found out what even is the point of the workshop, right? We still have, like, Ellery has some sort of, like, secret plot, where she's, like, trying to get her revenge for stuff on the mainland or whatever. And I'm just like, I'll be honest, it's very hard to get hooked when a character's motivations are seemingly just kept so vague. Like, I would much prefer if it was just what seems to have been the initial plan of, like, they're going on episodic adventures and Ellery is just an adventure leader leading an adventure company, right? Instead of, like, flashing us to these, like, flashbacks of, like, well, Maurice has all this stuff going on, and, like, what about the princess? What about all of that? That not only is, like, not super well explained, but is also just, it makes the cutscenes take fucking forever. We are 4 hours into the stream, and I've played 2 chapters. We found out earlier that the workshop was a get-rich-quick adventure plan, but it wasn't, though. It literally wasn't, though. The workshop was not, that's the thing, is the workshop was not a get-rich-quick adventure plan. It was trying to cure Crimea, and it was trying to get weapons for revenge. The story is more concrete in the later half, but like, if you can't get me hooked in the first half of the story, like, I'll just be 100%, if I wasn't streaming this, I'd be skipping cutscenes by now, because I just don't fucking care. I just don't fucking care. It is really hard to just be like, okay, well, the gameplay is peak, but now I have to sit through like 30 minutes of people throwing proper nouns around that haven't been introduced, and the scenes jump so sporadically. I know that some stuff has been filled in and that it was like even more sporadic before 2.0, but like, perfect example is chapter 4. Like, the first 4 chapters were just building towards, we got a couple of like disconnected adventures, we're building towards going to the workshop, and then they're like, okay, we're on our way to the workshop, yo, just kidding, we're gonna go rescue Oriana's family now, just like out of nowhere. You're kind of meant to just collect plot points after you beat the game and look at the whole thing. But that structure works for something like Dark Souls or Hollow Knight, where the parts of the lore are like scattered throughout and you're still engaging with the game. I think that structure is absolutely awful for a situation where where gameplay is actively interrupted by incredibly long and verbose cutscenes that tell you almost nothing. Like, the ratio of the amount of time versus the amount of information is truly absurd in terms of these cutscenes. That's why I dropped the game after this chapter. You started streaming it, so I picked it back up again. Like I said, after chapter 10, I would have started skipping the cutscene. I mean, probably before that, to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that I was streaming, and so I feel like I need to, I need to, like, have an idea of the plot for a review. But, like, here's the other thing about the plot that, like, really bothers me. It feels super tonally jarring in a way that is, like, very off-putting. I feel like it can't decide whether it's a haha comedy game or let's be dark and have like fucked up stuff, right? And like, you can have moments of comedy in an otherwise serious story, and you can have serious moments in an otherwise comedic story, although I would say that is less often successful. But when you have things like flashback to, you know, the horrible Maurice trauma, immediately followed by look at this bald guy fighting a chicken, it's so tonally jarring. There's literally, chapter 3 is about rescuing slaves from the slave trade. But it also has, haha, look, the dog is funny, look at the funny doggy. And then the funny doggy becomes a recurring character. The tone is mixed. I think it's because of how cynical or apathetic Ellery is. It feels, this is probably the most insulting thing I can say, but it feels like the MCU's inability to have serious moments without quips in the form of like a ROM hack. Where we've got these moments that should be treated with much more gravity, just followed up by like, you know, I don't expect everything to be super serious, right? And joke characters are fine, right? But I think the issue comes with the extremes of it, and also the, like, just the tonal whiplash. It keeps going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Ellery POV. But yeah, I didn't mean to go off on a rant, just someone asked me about the story. It blows my mind too, because I hear so many people talk about how this is like the best story in like Fire Emblem or whatever, and like, I don't know, I like it less than some mainline games.
Like, I really do not care for this story. Maybe it'll grow on me, but we're what, like over a third of the way through the campaign? Chapter 13 out of, what, 25? 31? 31, so we're over a third of the way through the campaign. I feel like at this point, you know, it's the you play 80 hours until it gets good thing. I feel like if the story has, like, not only not hooked me, but, like, kind of actively turned me off at every corner, by now, it's not going to, right? I'm not gonna watch 3 seasons of television before it gets good. You know, if the first 4 or 5 episodes are all off-putting to me, I'm not gonna watch the rest. Ellery doesn't care about the people in this game, they are replaceable to her. I know that Ellery is cynical and doesn't, like, care about people. My problem is with the tone of the story being jarring and inconsistent in a way that is extremely off-putting to me as a viewer. I don't have a problem with the character being cynical. I'm criticizing the tone of the story. Like, I don't know. It's got a mix of comedy and tragedy together, so I love it. You need a very specific taste to enjoy the story. I don't know. I find it difficult to, like, put myself even in the headspace of someone who likes this story. Just to be for real. It just feels like a waste of my fucking time. Like, it's not actively offensive or anything. Well, okay, it's not, like, offensive as in, like, from a morality standpoint. I do think it's, like, offensive as in, like, just let me get to the fucking gameplay, you piece of shit. But I don't think it's, like, you know, hashtag problematic or whatever. It feels consistent for how Ellery reacts to everything. It feels like a wacky D&D adventure. The thing is, though, like, sometimes it feels like a wacky D&D adventure, and other times it's just like, well, what if we try to add the fucked up stuff? Like, it's the tonal inconsistency that gets to me. I don't have a problem with a silly story. I don't know. I feel like I'm not gonna convince y'all, or I'm not gonna, like, not convince. I feel like I'm not gonna, that y'all are not gonna understand why I don't like the story, and that's fine. Do we want Nerissa? We could just say bye-bye Thyme. But, like, I like Thyme. Thyme's design. I haven't really gotten to see what the tonics do either. Tazel seems like a really interesting unit. Maybe we ditch Thyme so we can have Tazel. Because then we have Nerissa and, Chalice, both as, like, magic damage dealers. Even though Chalice can only really deal magic, like, 5 times. But then we also have the magic sword users, right? Don't you get it? Ellery is the reason the tone is like that. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that I don't like it. That doesn't change the fact that I feel like it is very off-putting.
just how inconsistent the tone is. Wackiness is jarring if you're expecting it to treat itself. I didn't go in with any expectations. I'm saying that sometimes it treats things as very serious, and sometimes it treats things as very wacky. And those instances are not separated by time. Like, at the same time, we have a, like, damn, that's fucked up. There's slaves in this boat. Like, they go to rescue the merchants, but there's slaves. At the same time we have that story, we have, like, but what if the dog was fighting the soldier? That'd be funny! So, like, again, I've played hacks that don't take themselves seriously. Like, I'm playing Myrmidon Emblem off stream, and I've played Code of the Burger King, which is like a joke hack. Call of the Armor is like mostly a joke hack in terms of like the story or whatever. If you're looking for a hack with story as its primary focus, TDA and SOD are amazing on that front. I've heard some stuff. I've heard some stuff. I've heard some stuff about them. You know, I'll judge for myself if I ever play them, but I've heard some stuff that make me, not quite sure about it. Honest. I don't see the comic appeal to the dog. I mean, they have a dog trying to get a revenge quest. Like, how is a dog trying to get revenge quests for the human that gets killed? Not, haha, funny moment. Like, I'm not saying you have to find it funny. I don't find it particularly funny either. Wait, you pass? Green units? Is this like, oh, this is like a fourth faction, isn't it? It's like an edgy dog. Purple means they can attack either blue or red. Yeah, that would make sense from like what the cutscene was showing us. Makes sense, makes sense. You have just your regular old lands. So what we can do is we can Gale Sword you with the, or we can Galeforce you with the Fancy Stabber. Alright, so John Fire Emblem. Yeah, so John Fire Emblem. Harpoon this guy. And then we have Inspiration. So we can shot with Yvette. Pew! We could harm you. I think we harm you. Oh my god, right. Inspiration, the positioning, the positioning. Actually, let's... I thought you would like this more than Dream of 5. I do! The gameplay is top fucking notch. I just wish I could get to it more often. Okay. So I need to give the plus attack staff to... I need to give the plus attack staff to someone so I can give plus attack. Revain's punishing me for not wanting to engage with the story by causing skipping cutscenes to make freezes. Invigorate is the extra damage. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, so we harm you. Crocodile you. Actually, hold on. Okay, I'm almost there. I just got a position slightly different. Because if I put John Fire Emblem where Oriana is, then we can kill without using Harpoon. This chapter is a little bit weird because suddenly you're just inside of the mine. Look, I don't want to be a hater. Like, you're allowed to like the story. I'm just saying it has felt, like, consistently just, like, super random. You're barely not there. Okay, so we go... First arc is solid due to being disconnected from the main conflict, but it makes you wait too much for the main conflict. I mean, I didn't like the first arc, you know, right? Like, I think at this point, you know, it's safe to say I'm not gonna like the story. Like, we're 13 chapters in, right? I don't know. Not everyone has to like all the same stuff. It's fine. It's fine, y'all. We will survive. First art gives you a very natural progression. Again, I don't agree. We don't have to have the same opinions on story. So now that you've done that, the Iron Lance you. Then you can go here and harm. Now you shoot this person. Actually, let's grab Invigorate for you. You invigorate Raylan. You pocket spell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
The 1R ends.
The 1R ends! Okay, so we crocodile. I always read the story because I don't want to miss a "You Are the Fire Emblem" type moment. That is true. The "You Are the Fire Emblem" is very, very meme-worthy. That is a good point. I just want it to be a good dragon. Why do you continue to conquer? Why do you continue to reconquer? Why do you continue to kill in retaliation? I will say this, for every Fire Emblem, just add supports. No Fire Emblem story is good when you look at it for a half hour. Fire Emblem and Hex does personal and small stuff way better. I feel like I would stop playing this if there were supports, like, unironically. I do not need more. I do not need more text time. I don't need Bernadetta C support times 7,000. The story is already so verbose. This game doesn't need them. There's multiple chapters where your units chat. Yeah, even the secondary characters seem like, you know, involved in the plot to an extent that I would say is like meant to simulate what support combos would be. You get around them with interlude combos, which I think is an elegant way to do it. Yeah, Hag, which I think is the best Fire Emblem story and one of the best video game stories out there. Uses like base combos as its version. Didn't see y'all up there. Is that Talon? And that's Francesca. Alright, we should freeze Francesca. Alright, we can Astral Strike you. We should freeze Francesca. And the two of you. Okay. Grab rescue. Give silence. Grab freeze. Trade freeze. Rescue. Yvette. I forgot they had their PRFs too. Yeah, a little bit problem. A little bit of a problem. Alright, freeze Francesca. Supports should follow the main plot and base combos are peak. How many supports in Path of Radiance could be FE8 supports and nothing would change unless you're Jill, who kind of needs that to work. I mean, I don't think, you know, it's another one of those where just because mainline screws it up doesn't mean the idea itself is bad. I think supports that naturally build based on and tied to plot events are always going to have a higher ceiling in terms of, like, the potential for how good their writing can be than supports that just have to be able to fit at any point in the story. That's also why I like Three Houses time skip supports in theory, although in practice, okay, thank God they don't get the extra turns. in practice, what ends up happening is a ton of them, it's like, why did you lock this behind the time skip, right? Like, there's a few where it makes sense, where it's like, you know, they're saying stuff that is because the war has started now, right? War declared. So, they got different feelings and whatnot. But for others, it's like Annette and Mercedes is the one that sticks out the most to me, is like, whoa, why was this locked behind a time skip? Because there's like, what ends up happening is they're like, oh, they get into a fight at the end of their B support, and then in the time skip, they're like after the time skip, they're like, oh damn, like I'm so glad we're not in a fight anymore. But it's like, were we supposed to believe that they were in a fight for like 5 years? Can't get poisoned twice. In this and Hag, they don't really rely on you having to deploy units together in order to see them. Yeah, and I like that, because, like, you're still motivated to deploy the support partners together sometimes. Just because, like, they get the support bonus with each other, right? But, if you don't want to, you still get the content. Silver Lance you. Poor Webjack is on the bench. I'm using him in my other playthrough. I'm using him in the playthrough I started that I'm playing off camera. Or rather, off stream. I am recording it. Footage of it will probably be in, Switch pressed. Footage of it will probably be in, the review. Steel Blade you. Galeforce Gecko moment. We got Freeze You. Supports being tied to the main plot feels limiting. I disagree. I think it's freeing. I think that if you have supports that happen naturally over the course of the story,
then you can have them actually interact with events if it would be appropriate to do so. Which is an option you don't get, if supports have to be able to be triggered at any point in the story. It also means you can see supports without deploying the unit. Yeah. Give remedy, take, silence, you, because the 50 crit moment, right? The 50 crit moment, I don't want to deal with that. Yo, good level up Chalice, good level up Chalice. The fuck? Wait, what the hell? Read her skills? This unit just showed up in my army. What the fuck is going on? A support Ellery can shift from ghost form, gaining increased move and ignore all terrain, but not do damage while in ghost form. So then if I shift... Huh. What the hell are you, Wisp? What do you mean, Wisp has been here since chapter 1? What the fuck is going on? I'm being gaslit by a Fire Emblem ROM hack? Land boat moment. It is a land boat moment. True, it does the same thing. Holy shit!
Remedy. John Fire Emblem. 15 move unit that can travel even in terrain you can't travel in. Gecko is still allergic to her speed growth. Yeah, it's truly sad. Gecko maxing is not paying off as much as it should. I don't know about that! Gecko's being pretty epic. Yo, Justice is here. Crocodilio. Imagine if the ghost form could do damage with the fancy stabber. Was that a thing before? You can tell which unit LTC players like. I believe it, I believe it. Make sure you don't trip over the suspicious log. I think Yvette's fine. Holy shit! Yvette has stolen Gecko's speed growth. That's what's going on. I've solved the mystery. Why is Riker... Oh, right, he's Brave Effect, right. I was like, why is he quadding with an iron? And then I remembered his fucking gimmick. Pacification. Her averages as a level 20 duelist are 18 in everything. Who, Gecko? She's not level 20 though. I don't know, I think she's still doing fine. Don't be mean. She's trying her best, okay? Most things other than speed are average or better, but speed is the worst stat to not be average for her. I mean, if she just crits like a mad lad, I think it's fine. It's because in misery mode, you want to focus on doing big damage in one hit. I mean, I don't mean to keep saying, like, I don't care about misery mode, but it's literally listed as untested, right? Like, I kind of don't fucking care. It's cool to hear, but the idea that, like, oh, you know, this is how, you know, the okay, maybe I should clarify. When I say, like, I don't care, it's not like, oh, don't tell me. It's more like, it doesn't really apply to this run. I don't care, it's fun. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're having fun with it, right? I think that the phrasing of I don't care sounded way harsher than I intended. It was more like the idea of, like, oh, you know, so-and-so unit is, like, bad because of this thing in misery mode. It's like, well, they're bad in misery mode. Doesn't mean they're bad. Gecko is also just bad as a whole. I mean, yeah, that's the trainee special, right? But, like, at least there's a, you know, there's a payoff for the training project. Oh, right, Cooking Pot can only give one per turn, I forgot. Whoopsie. Gecko creates a very important reward of a unit with good magic and good speed, which is a great combination of two stats. Sadly, she's stuck on Magic Sword if she wants to use it. Yeah, and I mean, like, Galeforce, as much as, like, you know, oh, I even said, like, at the start, Galeforce doesn't seem, like, super good in a game where you have so many movement tools. But Galeforce is the easiest movement tool to make use of, right? Well, aside from Oriana, but, like, that's cheating, right? That's Oriana. Galeforce, the condition for Galeforce is, like, hey, if this unit is good enough to get a kill, then they get another action. And it is likely that that action is also going to be good because they're good enough to get a kill, right? And it helps her both early on with training her, because she can get 2 kills per map. And then it helps later. The payoff is like, well, you can just delete 2 units. The worst thing about most units in the hack is that they get left behind against the movement tools of everyone else. Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, isn't Galeforce a movement tool? Like,
Like, if you get to use your full move twice, that's a movement tool. It's both a movement tool and a kill tool, because, like, you kill 2 units. Plucker's Gift also exists. Yeah, Plucker's Gift is like... There's downsides though, right? Because like in a game where you're already not super bulky, the -4 to both defensive stats is like actually pretty cringe. Just give it to someone who doesn't take hits anyway. Oh, it also affects luck? No, no. Once again, the chat misinformation strikes. What is Danny doing with the vermilion? Okay, so they don't have their skills, so I will be at weapon triangle advantage here. That was an old thing? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Can't believe you don't have a support. The 94% crit. Hit defense, right? Jab you. Only 94 crit, literally unusable.
Seahawk faction only has one unit ID, so their skills can't be allocated. That makes sense. Honestly, though, from a game... I just assumed it was a game balance thing, because, like... Can you imagine the fucking, like, just how hard this would be if you had to deal with all of the nonsense that you have access to? Fair fight you. Get overwrite your status. That's also a valid point, yeah. You say you've got a guaranteed crit. Can I introduce you to mine? Berkey running around with her 20 might, 100% crit, yeah. That would be terrifying. Or the extra turns people get. Like, the fact that Talon didn't get his extra turn made him so much less of a hassle to deal with than I thought he would be. What game is this? This is Cerulean Crescent. It is a Fire Emblem ROM hack with a focus on incredibly explosive and powerful turns. Yo, she's at S now. That sure is S-rank staff. Fancy stabber you. I'm the Jagan now. Nerissa is good if you like spamming stabs. Wisp is obviously ridiculous. I mean, I think Chalice is just such a good stat for her because she's got such high magic stat, right? Baba Booey! Have we Galeforced this turn yet? I don't think we did. So we'll just gamble on a crit. Smiley face. Gambling always pays off. Go to Vegas. Can you check the Vermilion clone? No, I cannot. Here, I'm assuming there's some funny flavor texts. So we'll make a save state just so I can check that. Why is there a blue chicken? Why is he approaching at rapid speed? That's... Is this what you wanted me to see? It's the cerulean from the Crescent. But they're all named. Oh wait, no, he's named different. Wait, why is he named Cerulean instead of the Crescent? It's just he has a goofy name. Okay. For some reason, I thought they were all named Cerulean. Maybe I'm just dumb. I just want any excuse for Danny to do a chicken fight. Is that a hint that the Ceruleans don't notice Vermilion? Oh, maybe. Maybe the chickens are different depending on the timeline. Maybe, maybe. Crocodile. Holy hell, Gecko's almost level 20. Do you need a promotion item to promote at level 20? Or is she gonna, like, auto-promote like she did from trainee? She Yo, so we're gonna find the final form of Gecko Cerulean Crescent. Classes with a lock do not need a key item. Oh, are there... Okay, wait, hold on. So I guess no one else in my army has that at the moment. Beware of foul play. Sad. Irina and the Bard also have that. Yeah, I meant in my, like, the people I have, like, deployed. I figured Irina was like that because she's also a trainee. Like the Amelia moment. Damn, Chalice really do just be like that. Chalice really do just be fucking like that. Chalice is so good. Oh, hold on. Vermilion is a co-decorated Seahawk, and I won't hear otherwise. I think it's funny to imagine. I think it's funnier to imagine that the Seahawks just, like, don't notice him, and he's killing people, and they just, like, they have no idea what's going on. Like, they don't even notice that people are dying that shouldn't be.
What happened to you guys? The miner's been out for hours. We're honored you all personally came to save us, but it was just a minor delay.
It doesn't make sense. It's a single tunnel. How could dozens of people have missed each other? The network of caves. Did you all go down a side entrance or something?
Maybe you just got lost in the dark. I'd rather swim across the ocean than one of those holes. Probably safer, too.
But there's no other entrances, doesn't matter. Glad you're all safe. Will you join us in the fight for Arinde?
Of course! We'll do what we can to help.
Your loyalty is welcomed. We'll make preparations for our assault in the morning.
So soon? You seem rather confident in our victory.
I have fought the Saltsworn enough to have a good grasp on our odds. Besides, some contacts should further tip the odds in our favor.
You're the expert, I suppose. You need any additional provisions or alcohol for your crew, I'll be here.
Skip on the second offer for obvious reasons, but I could always use more food. What was that? Archie's and Nerissa, you must understand what happened, right? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as clueless as you are. No amount of my knowledge could let me explain that.
There were illusions defending the ruins of the old world. Ones that imitated our appearance, nothing more.
But they bled. They screamed and... Oh, Alice. Their familiar mannerisms, the way they communicated with each other, the details of their arms and armor. Remember how not me bled out on the ground? If we were to die, is that how we would sound?
Between the stress and the fumes, your mind was playing tricks on you.
Best if you just left it at that. I'm inclined to agree. Better if we all just forgot about this. That Arinde should take its mining operations elsewhere. It can't be right. There must be more to it. Do you really want answers, Lindros? Perhaps not this time. See, this is... Okay, so I think this is, like, a perfect example of, like, what I mean when I say the plot feels like it's all over the place. So, we had, you know, the declaration of war. They've decided we're gonna go to war. And then we cut to, Orin getting thrown in jail. And then we cut to them going into the mines with no explanation as to why they're just going into the mines. Because, like, oh, there's some miners down there we need to get. Which, like, why are miners down there if they're supposed to be going to war? And then we cut from that to another Orin scene, and then we cut back to the mine again, and then we just have the fight our clones, and then they come out and they're like, hey, we're going to war, which is something we established at the end of the last chapter. Like, it just constantly feels like we're just going on... It's the same issue I had with this, the Lord of the Seas story, where it just feels like everything is a fucking non sequitur side quest. And anytime the plot, as it were, has any, like, resemblance of moving towards, like, a plot thing happening, they're like, but what if we just, like, threw in a random side quest chapter, right? This is easily the most out-of-place chapter in the entire game. I mean, to me, it feels like every other chapter is like that, though. I don't know. It perfectly encapsulates how jarring it is. I really do think, like, it shows through that the intention was just to make it a sort of episodic bunch of adventures that this adventuring gang is going on, before adding a, to be honest, pretty sloppy through line about Ellery, like, preparing and presumably going to go get revenge in, like, Act 3 is gonna be going to the mainland or something. And I think it worked much better, and the tonal stuff would have worked much better if we just tried to make it, like, they're going on a ton of adventures together. This one and the one with Oriana's family are a lot like that. I mean, like, so is the slave trip. Like, so is the slaver ship, right? I'm sick of dealing with riffraff. Are you something resembling the leader of these masses? In a sense, who are you supposed to be? We don't see many knights out here. Could you be from the Iron Realm? See, you've got a fraction more brain than your partner here. Not that it means much. What business does one of Jeziel's knights have here? I will not be addressed as one of Jeziel's knights. I am Sir Secundus II. Sir Secundus II! The sacred spear of the captain of the Get on with it. What's your business? Silence, worm! I am Sir Secundus II, the second spear, the captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Glade Gallants. Slayer of Wilfred the Wicked and chosen by his Highness Prince Jeziel. Just himself as an envoy of this populace. It's a lot of words that mean nothing. I still don't know what you want. I couldn't expect a commoner to understand. You probably can't even write your own name. But I will explain things as clearly as your small and feeble mind. Your buffoon chieftain decided to interfere in His Royal Highness's righteous war against the guild scum. He's been crippled and imprisoned. Orin is what? But the peace treaty! Why should His Royal Highness abide by some rules imposed on him by those beneath him? His Royal Highness declares that Arinde will stay out of this conflict, or your chieftain will be headless, and the Glade Gallants will burn your little hovels to the ground. Sir, we were told to resolve this as peacefully as possible. You haven't been educated like I have. The only way to properly date with these Aeons is to put them beneath the boot. Is this a joke? Why would Orin interfere in the guild's behalf? Show us some proof. We only have one man's word for it. My word should be enough for the likes of you, but I was provided with evidence. That's Orin's favorite lance. I would give this to you, but you clearly have not given me the respect I'm due, so I think a penalty is in order. Any disobedience will see your chief broken in half, just like this precious lance. You. What am I watching? Sir, the crowd is looking angry. I think we should leave right now. You've much to learn, young Tertius. A stern hand is required to keep these simpletons from getting too uppity. But I've wasted enough time here. Let's depart from these foul-smelling cretins. Yes, sir. I value my life. Come from the mainland capital. I've never seen anyone that ridiculous. Was that really not a performance? I don't want to believe it. I very much wish it was a performance so that Orin... But I wouldn't put it past Jeziel's cronies. There's a prescient for their ego and breaking agreements they consider lesser. You warned me of the guild, and yet this Iron Realm that took action. At least we know for sure Chief Orin lives. He will live if we agree to their demands. As much as that Sir Secundus is how he is, not demand anything outrageous, just neutrality and a private spat between the guild and the Iron Realms. You really think they'll stick to their promise? We'll see for ourselves the agreement they broke. I can't gamble with Orin's life. We have little to gain from entering this conflict. I'm sure they have little to gain from sending back a corpse. I'm I may have heard little of the Iron Realms compared to the Guild, but I know Prince Jeziel is off his flight to the mainland decades ago. If stories of his behavior ring true, we cannot let him get his way. What do you suggest? We can't possibly support the Guild. It's utterly ridiculous. I see only one option. We have to wait for them to return Orin. This is a discussion we have to save till later. Listen up, everyone. It's grave news, but the chief would not want our morale to be affected because of him. Tomorrow we march towards Inan, and show the Saltsworn the price of messing with the Rinde. Why did you want us at such a late hour? To discuss our next move, given what happened today.
The Crescent is really going to war, and I thought we were pushing the boundaries.
We should mess them up like you did to the Saltsworn. Nobody screws with us and gets away unscathed. I was getting to that.
I'm a simple spice trader. That seems out of my league.
And let them duel. If the guild takes a hard hit in the war, all the better. Ideally, they'll fight to a standstill. But look here. This is updated information I've received from the great Persimmon. They've made a bigger alliance than I thought. And talk of monsters? I'm not literate. Could you explain? The long and the short of it is that the Iron Realms launched a devastating initiative. It's possible the guild cannot recover from this surprise and be consumed. That's a good thing, right? We hate the guild. Did you not see the messenger? There's little doubt that once they've beaten their biggest competitor, they'll want the whole coast. How one knight treated us, think we'd be better off under their reign?
Rinde's on the opposite side of the coast, so I don't know much.
But from that night guy, they do seem like bad news. We don't have the manpower to conquer the Titans of the Crescent. But we can't hit the scales enough that neither the guild nor the Iron Realms can secure a convincing victory, weakening them both for us to enter the scene. Why not invite Archsage Nerissa to this discussion? She'd be the hardest to persuade to enter this mess. The Archsage is far too influenced by her feelings to see the bigger picture. With Chief Orin out of the picture and the Crescent heading towards all-out war, we need leadership willing to take action. That's why I'm asking for your support.
Hold on, that seems rather abrupt.
That's direct? I speak not only of this matter, but of the direction Rinde must take in general. Waiting for the dust to settle will make us the pawns of the victors. We must take action. You're a brilliant warrior, Captain, and that's what Rinde really needs. You have my full support. I like you a lot, you know that? Archsage Nerissa has done a pretty good job supporting Chief Orin, I say. She's done a lot for Rinde. Time of peace, perhaps, but this is not a time of peace. Her aversion for Rinde to take action will cost us in the long run. I'll ask what spices is too polite to ask. The Archsage is an outsider, but so are you. Why should Rinde follow your leadership? Because I can win us battles. I've scored more victories in less than a year than most in a decade. Could Rinde have so easily abridged the Kosar Coven without my efforts? Prowess in battle does not represent a clear mind. Unlike the Archsage, I'm aware of my own limited knowledge regarding the Crescent. And I will take decisions from those qualified, such as you, Dune, of the old bloodline, first settlers, and you, Spices, who let your gold flow into Rinde, and you, who really embodies Rinde's courage. Yeah! The Archsage's stubbornness does infuriate me, I'll readily admit. Think highly of me, but I don't have that much to do with Rinde's affairs. What of the John clan? When the guild inevitably invades Lake Logdeer, how will you help them, if not with the might of Rinde by your side? How do you know about that? I made a clean start all those years ago. Bloody John disappeared from the Lake Lotgear, and Johnny Spices appeared. Not a hard connection to make.
And I thought I hid myself well. Spit from my clan due to them answering to the guild.
But surely they just hired hands. The Iron Raiders really focus on... Will the Iron Realms really focus on them? They've obstructed the Iron Realm from the waterways for years now. They're highly likely up on the guild's priority list to dispose of. I hope you're wrong. Even after all these years, I'd hate for my clan to be in danger. Of course, all this rests upon if I can replicate my feats with Anon. If I cannot, you're free to forget this conversation, but I will prevail, and I will need your decision then. I'll let it rest for tomorrow. You make me promises, Seahawk Captain, and see if you can live up to them. I'm sure your choice will be correct. I don't need to wait, I already decided! And thank you for it. Dear Mother, I have not written in a while, but rest assured I am indeed alive. I've since realized how foolish and self-destructive my previous actions were. I wanted to find an easy way out to bring objects of my hatred down with a blaze of glory. Why would their downfall be worth sacrificing my own life? No, I'll bide my time and build up my influence, even if it takes 10, 20, 50 years. I'll collect my debts, against their descendants if I have to. But enough dreary talk. It's been a rather exciting few months. You wouldn't believe what... To plunder the fruits of our labor. They'll be broken by Yalazar's walls. Forward! We will restore the crescent to its rightful place under my reign. Glory to the Iron Realm! Glory to Frosthaven! Hey, why did no one wake me up? Sorry, Lindros, you got benched, that's why. Hello, you mean no harm. I didn't ask. That's not how we rehearsed it. Stick to the script. What do you want? Just your life. Hey, I wasn't red. That's not what... Ugh, that hurt.
Rose is dead, what the heck? I'll avenge you, Rose. Lindros, you alright? Don't move. Captain, he needs aid. On it. Didn't stab anywhere important. Quick heal and you'll get on your feet. Just a stabbing with a fruit knife. At least use a better weapon. Wouldn't have gotten me if I was awake. So, in a way, this is your fault for getting me up this early. I'll pay you the injury compensation, but what the hell was that about? I'd like to know as well. They just came up and tried to kill me. Let's get some answers. What do you have against my buddy, you rat-faced scum? It was just business. I was just hired. Nothing against him myself. Then talk, who sent you? I don't know, I was just hired. Okay, fine, we'll skip a few steps. Next will be your... I'll talk! I'm from the Eventide! That's trite. The Eventide would never give in so easily. Try again. Please, I have proof! I was in the basement when you were in the coffee shop with Matron. What drink did I order there? You didn't order one! Man might actually be part of the Eventide. Damn it! Now you've stepped into extra time for no reason. What's wrong, Captain? Has Lindros drawn the attention of a deadly foe? It's not that, it's just I paid a massive sum for the same service from them. If I knew this was the quality of the assassins the Eventide had. Always properly investigate your purchases. Who was it you had put a target on? This Maurice you spoke of last time? Of course. Who else is there? And their work in the capital has always been on point. I suppose their branch on the Crescent is just terrible, like everything else here. Did you? No, Pomelo. It was not from band funds. You will get your funding. All good then. So about this fellow. Should I lop his head off now? Shouldn't have stabbed my pal. Please don't. I'll talk with the matron. Maybe even get you a refund. As much as I want to, not much use killing him. Tell the matron if there's no progress on Maurice, I want my gold back by any means necessary. No further negotiation. As you wish. Thank you for your mercy, milady. But why would someone hire men to kill Lindros of all people? We're both recent arrivals. Don't have any enemies that want you dead specifically. We've only fought about 10 pirate gangs and several adventure groups. The Saltsworn, the Sack, take your pick. No, Pomelo has a point. If they were to come after the Seahawks, it should be me, Oriana, or Tower. You're not an important target. Gee, thanks. But that is true. I'll have to worry about this later. The batter's waiting on us. Maybe you should sit this one out. That stab looked painful. Thanks, Pom, but I'm not that weak. The captain just healed me fine. A short rest is enough. Master, what's going on? What enemy has breached our walls? Got jumped by the worst 3 assassins this side of the capital. Lean them in seconds. So you're back so soon, I see. The assault on Orinde was not successful. Whatever could have gone wrong did. Those Albatross pirates weren't even a match for the townsfolk. Even that fraud, the Cold Collar, those damn Seahawks returned just in time. I must admit, I erred. Presumed an easy victory without their chief, and rushed to assault without proper preparation. I'm truly sorry, Master. Being willing to admit any fault of your own puts you ahead of my colleagues. No matter. If Ellery interfered, your odds were slim regardless. Don't let this defeat break your spirit. You're lenient, but my poor leadership lost quite a few good men regardless. We only sent a token force.
The pirate sages that bore the brunt of it. I do not doubt that Ellery will soon lead a force here in retaliation. Seahawks. I understand it was no fluke that allowed them to kill Mother. They don't fight like mere adventurers. Can what we have stop their advance? It'll be our home turf. We'll have time to prepare. But first, there's been talk of a conspiracy. Those faithful are spreading rumors that you are not worthy of Callion's legacy. That Anon ought to throw off the reins of the Salt Swarm. The remnants of the Carrion Crows are also among them, biding their time. We'll have to clean up the house before we receive any visitors. Maybe they're right. Mother was still alive. None in Anon would doubt her. The Salt Swarms only entertain my orders partially because of my blood, partially because they fear you. May not be much right now. I've got the will to learn and the desire to achieve. I could have taken much worse apprentices. Now get the men ready. We'll show your doubters their folly. Yes, master! Priestess, what now? The sun and his one-eyed master are coming straight for us. If you hadn't reared your ugly head, my plans would have continued undeterred. It would have been more convenient to have everyone if Maurice had just killed you. Spare your insults. Your followers surely cannot stand up to the blades and arrows of the Salt Swarm. We must unite. You may need me, adventurer, but I have no use for you. Our holy wards can shield us until the Seahawks arrive. You're on your own. Why did I put my faith in one of the faithful? I only have myself to blame. An airship, is that the Seahawks? So few men, there'll be no match for the foreign sorcerer in the Salt Swarm. I did hear their captain was simply some noble from the mainland. Match for a seasoned adventurer such as myself. If I were to take her head... Yes, my brothers in the Salt Swarm would surely accept my return. Yes, this is a good plan. Carrion Crows, listen here. I have a good plan. Salt Swarm are moving in on our allies. We had allies? Allies is perhaps a strong word given the Carrion Crows are former Salt Swarm. And I wouldn't trust a faithful with anything, really. We do now. Having them alive and on our side will keep Anon pacified, even if they may be undesirable. I could pick better collaborators, but if it brings less conflict, I have no complaints. It appears some of our allies are heading towards us, weapons first. What? What are they doing? Trying to kill us, probably. Why? Is this a trap? No, then why are we so oblivious in their intent? Whatever. Guard Captain, take Arinda's forces and spice ships, and delay their fleet. The Seahawks will smash through the front on land. Got it! We will crush them like the pitiful insects they are! Guard Captain has proven herself, but... should I not lead Arinda's forces instead? I am aware of the Ironsmith. I am of the Ironsmith line, after all. Because Ironsmith is such a noble name and lineage. We need your talents more where the fighting be thick. Besides, wouldn't a push into the enemy command be more glorious? I suppose so. Then we charge! Kill anyone that gets in our way! Let's bring these pathetic Salt Swarm down for good. Yeah, let's kill people! I do wonder if this is how Orin would resolve this conflict. Of course it would be. He thinks with his axe, not his head. Ugh. Kill you. Tell me honestly, is it getting worse? The injury I took last battle has not helped, but I'll be alright. It would be prudent for us to immediately return to the capital. I know nothing about your peculiar illness, but the Grand Library is with me. Huh? We can't just leave! Didn't you say you had a mission to complete? I'm sure His Royal Highness can forgive some minor complications. But the Salt Swarm, Anon, I am responsible, I can't abandon them. You've got far too much potential to be wasted in this pitiful dirt town. Well, your sight's higher. It's not worth risking your well-being just for them. But to take me to the capital? You're far too kind. My duty to look out for my first apprentice. Mother must have been honored to have such a good friend such as yourself. I'm surprised she never saw fit to mention you to me. It must not have come up, as she was a busy woman. Get some rest. I'll get us a ship immediately. And so, this is my home. I don't want to abandon it to the wrath of Arinde. Commander, Master Maurice, Arinde and the Seahawks have arrived. Their ships our harbor are surrounded, and an airship is approaching, and on rapidly. How are they already here? They must have dropped everything to immediately come after us, except for when they did a random side story in the cave. Damn it all! I was a fool to think we would get any more time to repair. Have those worshippers been stamped out at least? Before we could go get them, they had some kind of magic barrier. Can't save our resources. We have explosives stocked and loaded into the wagons. See how much their magic shield holds against this. You, order the men into the barracks and ready themselves. Yes, sir. What weapons should we prepare? I will just have access to the enemy first. Just be ready to move on my order. At your command. I'll lead the defense from the front. heal you, your illness. I'm only a figurehead, but I'm still the commander of the Salt Sworn. What kind of leader will I be if I'm to cower in the back? I'm going! Have it your way. I'll remind you, if the situation looks bad, just run. Take honor and stick up a rat's ass. If your life comes first, got it? No need to worry about me, Master. Our magic defenses will keep them at bay, long enough for me to make my escape. Why do you have... Oh, okay, it was bleached. Rare artifact. Blocks crits, plus 3 defense. And he has Luna. There's Maurice. There's some loot. Legend Legion. Are these guys for the... Because there's a quest for this map. So Wisp is here with, like, truly absurd stats. And also pretty good growths. Sorry, Thyme, it's been fun. But, like, Wisp is here, right? Legion from New Mystery. I can see why she's considered one of the best units. She's just got so much going for her. Wisp was always there. I don't know how you used her. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. I love when Gecko said it's stabbing time. It stabbed everyone. Taken in the town. Captain, I have a friend who would like to see you. This is Igo of Anon. There's no need to introduce me. Comfortable to forget my own name. You were the librarian? Former librarian. Thought someone find out about my correspondence with Chief Orin and, understandably, tried to kill me. Nonetheless, understandably, they also burned down half my library while doing so. Of course, those louts wouldn't understand the value of the scholar's work. You lived in Anon for over a decade. Taught many how to read and write. Hard to believe they're so quick to attempt the murder of Anon's own, just for passing friendship with Orin. No need to feel sorry for me. Time for walk. Can't spare sympathy for potential traitors. It's been many years since I was in my prime, but I've volunteered my aid. A bit of an axe to grind with the Saltsworn, and of course not just figuratively. Being long-lived seems like a good indication of ability in the Crescent. The give us aid, we'll make them pay the price for wrongdoing you.
Very well.
Pick the fields again. First time in 20 years. I'd rather miss this feeling. Saltsworn must be stopped, but Anon was our home. Sir, are you sure you want to involve yourself?
I'd just overlooked just trying to kill me, but they torched my books.
The Saltsworn will pay the price the old-fashioned adventurous way. It's easy to forget what you were before retirement. I'll be sitting this one out, Chief. You understand. Done well to support you for industrial logistics. I won't ask any more for you. Keep safe out there, sir. You're not young anymore.
Of course I'll be staying safe.
I'm practically invincible. We're finally gonna see the results of all that effort. The Seahawk 2 will support us in this battle for the skies. Better support us well. We spent too much gold on this. I'm sure you're gonna squeeze every last drop of gold value, but don't forget, this is our ride. If it goes down, we're not going home. Yeah, of course. It's not like I will order it into an enemy siege weapon. Have you heard? The Seahawks are coming. That's the adventurers who massacred all those people at Tusker's Pass. Seahawks, siege weapons, whatever. They may be well trained or carry dangerous weapons, but what do we have, brothers? We have the power of teamwork! United, there's no foe that can stand against us. I don't know, it seems like that was merely a test, brothers. I'm glad to see everyone's faith in our bond as unwavering as ever. Let's stand as one. We are Legion, we are legend. We are Legion, we are legend. We'll crush the Seahawks. We are Legion, we're legend. Okay, so I think we have a quest for this. Yeah, this is where we have to deliver the food. Weak link. Allies and 2 tiles add targets missing HP to damage. Yo, that's pretty fucking baller. Alright, Super Curve Lance time. So Iago asked the player one question. Do you like stats? So I heard you like stats. The target's missing HP! Holy shit! No wonder Vermilion's dealing so much! It's the ultimate boss killer skill. Yeah, he's like a support unit for boss killers. I love all the OP old people. It do be like that sometimes. Stabber. Support unit who's also a huge ball of stats. Yeah. Pent. Pent the Warper. Pent is my favorite warp bot. It stacks with... Oh my god, you're right! It stacks with Astra! You're so right! Wait! Oh, Chukonu's 2 range, right. Okay, let's attack with the ship Chukonu. That's why I didn't understand the Seahawk 2 with targets missing HP. Oh, did you think it was, it targeted something different? Like it was worked off of something different? I like the synergy of Igo with the other unit that joins in this chapter. You know, I'll see him when I see him, you know. Just, you know, hold your horses, buddies. That's S-rank swords on Oriana. Horses? No way, it's a Riker reference. Is the S-rank sword available at this point? There was one I could have bought in Chapter 7X for... Oh, it was 4K gold? Yeah. It's a lot of money. I instead bought other stuff. Hey buddy, I heard you like stats. Igo, let's go. A lot of sword users, all inferior to me. Let's bring out the lances and reavers. Again with the old tricks. Maurice loves his explosive recipes. Stop those wagons before they get to their destination. Captain, that's a dragon. I do enjoy having eyes. Why it's there, and why did the Saltsworn not deal with it? Maybe they ate a couple humans and is having a nice nap. Not disturbing anyone. Doesn't look like it's on the prowl, so we'll just go around. But if we didn't do that, we'd have a fantastic dinner. Why did I not see this one coming? Come on, Captain. Don't tell me you never wanted to eat a dragon before. I am tempted. If we do kill it, I'm expecting some quality meat. I knew you'd come around. No promises. Maybe dragon meat is so leathery that it's inedible. We have no idea yet. Danny missed some stuff in 3X, which affected the economy. Yeah, and also that meant that I didn't get Francesca. AS of 13, AS of 14. Francesca's not that good. I mean, early Wyvern with a 1-2 range weapon that pierces defense. I'm using her in my other run. I don't know if it'll be long term, but I like her. It was trying to chew me up and just couldn't quite do it. A few more minutes and it would have been Dragon Feet. Thanks for the save. Oh, hey, Lynn Fire Emblem. Foxberry, an aspiring cartographer who is way too full of herself. With any luck, I will end up dead before I pay wages. And she has Surprise Attack. If an ally is also next to the unit's target, double this unit's attack and hit. Okay, so I think you're misunderstanding how Igo's skill works. Because that's counter synergy. Oh! Chain hook. Okay, never mind. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Man over here, and harpoon. One 5 range free action rescue is kind of awesome. Yeah. It is a little bit awesome. What's auto grip do? Adjust the trajectory to track 20 skilled rocks crits. Look at the C in his name stand for. More mysteries forever remain unsolved because of his untimely demise. Okay, so chain hook is considered a staff. Makes sense. Invigorate you. Yosef gauntlets. Wait, how do they synergize with Yosef? Locks, crits. What's skill? How do those synergize with Yosef? What am I not understanding? It fixes their bad skill. Invaders! I'll beat you with this broom if I have to! I suspect we may not be receiving help from this particular village. Whoops. Brave Axe. Brave axe you. You can ride, librarian? Commodus Curio. Oh, we found the sea. Quick to act, slow to consider consequences. Young man, was burning my library really necessary? Don't blame me, old rat. I should have been caught and brought into Rinde. It's just how the winds turn. I understand the sentiment in Nana is rather against Rinde. Why take out your anger on my poor innocent library? I did you a favor. I freed you from hoarding that pile of junk. I have remembered the faces of everyone that night. Your brother, your uncle, your cousin, my three-sided friends. You never learned, Commodus. Now you never will. You serious? Oh, you are. That's not good. Get wrecked, Commodus. I think my plan wasn't very good. You're just now realizing this? Foxberry's an axe user too. We finally, we solved the axe user problem. Chain hook Rikera. Foxberry was my only unit death, and it was way too late in the chapter to reset. There. Well, there is the turn wheel, Oh, right. Fucking. Get boosted. Wait, is Foxberry a trainee? She is a trainee. Shit. Okay. Kinda crazy, but okay. I guess technically, yeah. Speed and skill growths are very funny. Her ass doubles everything. The 105 growths of the giveaway. Ah, so that's like the common factor that they all have. Not even death will quench my thirst for revenge. Quake and Fear Seahawks. I figured he'd be showing up again. Bro doesn't know how to take a hint. Blaine doesn't have the 105 growths, but she is a lock unit. Gecko moment. They missed the opportunity to make these Legion guys like the TRS Wyverns and give them supports. That would be so awful, though. They would also all obviously be A-rank supports. Yeah, no, that tracks. This turn might not be going super well. I guess we'll find out, but... I feel like I was too aggressive on the left to deal with legions. Goodbye, Boomwagon. And we might have to use a turn wheel as a result. Sword Reaver as if. Get whisked. This game really does just hand you stupidly broken units in the mid-game. Yo, I accidentally got the Galeforce cheat! Then there's Dune with bad magic and a magic PRF. I mean, I don't know. I think Dune seems fine. TFW used the Seahawk flag just to save durability rather than for Galeforce purposes. Seahawk flag is Crinius weapon. Seahawk flag gets passed around like a blunt in the ideal circumstance. Yvette's probably my favorite unit. I think me too. Dodge tank. Alright, Vermilion, show him what you got. Show him your dodge tank build. The 0 damage on Gecko. She's a mage killer, y'all. Oh no, Chukonu. Wisp just says no. No, Choke, no. Oh, he fucking hit her twice? What a red moment. I mean, no danger, but still. Yo, wait, Vermilion actually dodge tanking? Question mark? Ridiculousness. You love to see it. Looks like quite a few of their army have very little resistance. Call for the mages. Is he, like, making actual choices, or is this, like, all a lie? He's making actual choices, there's a ton of eventing. That's ridiculous. Chickens are notoriously dodgy. It's because he's a bird of prey. He's like actually looking at your units. That's so cool though. That's like actually so cool. Chip physic. Pitchfork U, the John Fire Emblem. I never saw mages here. I guess I had, like, high-res units, or you had, like, high-res units, and I've got the low-res units. Sorry, friends. I let you all down. Get out of here, Blaine. You lost. Get out of here. We don't want you anymore. Alright, so we will Seahawk flag you. And then Silver Lance the totem. Looks like I need to start ignoring chat. Y'all, please don't fucking talk about stuff we haven't gotten to yet. It's not, like... Yeah. You... Brave Axe you. Oh, that's cute. You have an effective weapon? I have a Brave Axe. Bum ba-da-dum bum bum ba-da-dum bum bum ba-da-dum bum bum ba-da-dum bum. Crocodile. Location seized. So then John Fire Emblem will kill this person. I bet you could do some fun swap rescue change with Mince and Foxberry now that he has the pot. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think it's cool that she basically gives a free 60 EXP every map. Oh, because of the chains? Yeah. Chat, I'll be like so for real. As much as I like Riker, I think he's on his way to leave the team. Like, we just got a better Cavalier. Unless slots open up drastically, like, there's so many people I want to use. Riker might just have, you know, met his expiration date. Not like that! He's holding my shit! Not like that. He was holding my shit. Sorry, Riker, you have no bulk. Yeah. I didn't realize he was in range of both of them. I'm gonna turn the oven on real quick. I'll be right back. Child murderer. The Riker effect. He'll never get away from the bench. He tried very hard. You know, he got strength blessed. I think it'd be cool if Foxberry had two PRFs, one that pulls a unit to you and the other that pulls you to another. That would be kind of cool, yeah. Not necessary, though. And also, like, I'm sure it's possible to program, but I've not seen that, the pull you to another done before. I love Foxberry. Foxberry seems cool. Foxberry seems cool. Foxberry is like the mix of weapon triangle units, the Lin sprite, axes on her skill, and her skill works like a halberdier in engage. What? Oh yeah, the flank attack thing. I forgot about that. That's how much she and honestly the average unit in this game has going on that I like legit just forgot. Oh, there's like the flank attack skill, right? Stabber. Have you played Curse of Lagdao? It's been on my short list. I was going to stream it a while ago, but doing things said, to wait because the 2.0 update was upcoming. But now that 2.0 is out, I'm probably gonna play it soon. Just, you know, this first. Who goes for Halberdier and Engage anyway? I mean, I feel like Halberdier is the ultimate, like, gaslight you into thinking it's good class. Halberdier so badly wants you to think it's good. So it was rice, stew, and roast, I believe. Okay, we gotta get the stuff from the supply. Rice, stew, and roast, yeah. That'll be sufficient food for the crisis. Give Jake our blessing. Cannot be as bad as they say if you're willing to do this. You can do any of the options? Oh, so I could have just given up the stew, the chef's brew, which is not very good. Well, something to bear in mind for the second playthrough. Lol. Fancy stabber, you? No, Gecko! The Galeforce failed. Or like fail force, am I right, gamers? one RN moments. Truly will never escape them. More like Gale weakness. Don't insult the Gecko. Oh, will Spirit Slayer you? God, Wisp is so stupidly good. If Gecko is so good, why didn't she get a second action this turn? Checkmate, liberals. Fuck. You're right, though! Damn, Gecko sucks. Rah! Quick rang with the wrong bow. Weapon ranks on the early game units go crazy if you don't keep rotating out your units. Yeah, that do be that way. It do be that way. Chain. Oh, John can't provide inspiration to himself. So sad. Oh, but he can inspire you, baby boy. He can inspire old man gaming. Can't die yet, I can't, I won't! A lot of the fun in this hack comes from rotating units, in my opinion. I mean, I think the solution to that... Uh-oh... That was the Commander's son, wasn't it? It's another of the Blessed?
This may be the same fate as what befell Fallon. I have no desire to see this again.
So this is the fate Crynia avoided? To have one's body forcibly taken? I assumed it was just Maurice's meddling, but the Commander wouldn't have gone to such lengths without another incentive. There was no one I wished death on more than their Commander, but for her to have the same goal, can't say I wouldn't have done the same for Crynia in her place. It was a more pressing matter than sympathizing with a dead woman. You spoke of the Captain Valen's blessing decimating entire adventuring bands. Can we take this one on? Valen was a mighty warrior at the peak of his prime. This one's a young boy. He looks like he's in a lot of pain and still struggling. Is he conscious? Do everything in our favor to put him to rest. He doesn't get a turn this turn, does he? Because he's grayed out. So it's not like an ambush spawn moment, right? He is grayed out, yes. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, like, mistaking, the color scheme or whatever. No, Caillou! Who will entertain the children now? Well, never mind, it wasn't a problem anyway. Mince is fucking here. Not now, why? I'm not ready, I'm not! Mince Gaming. Yeah, so the thing about the rotating out units, right? Yeah, you shouldn't have been like this. What I was gonna say is I think the solution to that is just do multiple playthroughs, right? Like, that's why I'm doing a second playthrough. Because there's just so many people I want to use. Mince doesn't care if you're ready or not, he kills you. Just play 70 times, bring everyone to endgame. For real though! For real though! And in all of those timelines, there's still no avoiding the bench for Riker. Where their boss was. Gotta be some good loot, right? They have lots of alcohol. Good enough loot, I suppose. Gotta use every single potential combo for John Fire Emblem. All those timelines, and Ellery still wins every action that she takes. The Yvette enemy phase. Yvette just keeps on winning. Wasn't for Mince of Eller's head long ago. Get armor-piercing weapons. Yo, so he did that specifically because Mince is goated. Ship Chukonu! I look forward to your mini essay analyzing all the John Fire Emblem options. What is the joke with John Fire Emblem? So this character right here who I named John Fire Emblem. Because the default name was John, it's a build your unit. It's not an avatar. Like, it's a build your unit where you get different monster options, and you pick the monster, and then you give him, like, some stat modifications. Like, that's why mine is +2 con. And you can give him 2 skills. So mine is Inspiration and Daunt. Both of which are stronger than you might expect them to be. You know, mine is 100 crit and 20 avoid. 3 damage, 3 range, you know? And honestly, the Inspiration itself is, like, so fucking good. That even outside of the, like, the haha funny joke of it being John Fire Emblem, like, I do think it's worth the deploy slot. Talon's strength is about to overtake his speed, what the hell? Inspiration with Vermilion is cracked. Yeah, I mean, it's not just Vermilion, though. Like, it's helped Chalice reach some benchmarks. I mean, we're about to use it for a Mince benchmark, right? Just a flying Inspiration / anti-crit bot. And, like, he does decent combat. He's not a combat god by any means, but he does legitimately do decent combat. Barrier Lance you. Gargoyle has roughly Talon stats, but without Fair Fight and Inner Power. I mean, like, also, you know, my Talon is is not quite what you would expect from a regular Talon, right? Why do you have extra range? Maximum range of swords increased by 3. Okay. This is 1, and yeah. You gave the extra strength boost to John Fire Emblem. Yeah, I think that was one of the choices that I made, right? Was extra strength. It was like extra strength and the strength, like, because the stat boosts were lumped together, so the con came with something else. Sorry, Dan's Dicer. You're no match for Talon. Not a Talon Dicer, only a Dan Dicer. Strength and con and strength speed. You took both, if I recall. I wanted him to be able to punch stuff hard. And like, look, he is! Fair fight. Try me, fool. Lindros is S tier because he's John's dad. You might be onto something. Ugh, am I really gonna die here so far from home? Yo, okay, we killed Maurice, I guess. I kind of expected him to just, I must retreat. But I won't complain about that. Rip Ellery's vengeance. I mean, I think commanding the force that took them down is enough. Maurice's skill reminds me of how his Sun God's Wrath gives every boss immunity to range damage to make sure they can always counter. That makes sense. Although it does feel, I like you said, this feels more elegant than that, but yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, we got everything. The Salt Tournament conquered. Victory goes to Rinda and the Seahawks. Maurice! Where's his body? Did we not kill him? I was certain his body was right here. You're talking about the one-eyed man, right? I saw him slip away in the carnage. Ah! Wyatt Ellis's name, did no one stab him twice? No, 10 times, just to make sure. Damn, we should have gotten Vermilion on the case. I suppose it was in the heat of battle, but damn, I thought I had him for sure. Who are you anyway? You're a new face to our entourage. Fortuna Bertude Raleigh the 17th. World-famous adventurer at your service. But I mostly go by Foxberry. Your crew pulled me out of a dragon's mouth, for which I am very grateful. Forgive me for not being familiar with the name. World famous? Don't look at me, I've not heard of her. You may know me better from my works. How to survive on the Crescent with nothing but 3 meters of rope, or how to dungeon dive with... Oh, that series. My daughter's read a few of your books. See, you have heard of me. This is a bad time to say her books are irredeemable trash. I would like to mention that Miss Foxbury's books tend to be less informative guides and more creative interpretations. Oh yes, it was just simply to knows they wouldn't sell. I recall one of your works, you slew 15 dragons. I may have omitted certain factors in the retelling, but I assure you, there were 15 dead dragons. If you're such an expert, how did you get yourself eaten by a dragon at the edge of town? How was I to expect a whole freaking dragon would be 2 steps from town? It's a public safety hazard that the Salt Sword should have taken care of. I'm glad they're gone, useless at their jobs anyway, but I digress. I would like to offer to you my services as an adventurer. If you can still survive without being eaten by a dragon, then surely you have some talent. Go with Oriana, the quartermaster. She'll get things stored for you. Of course, just come right this way. You won't regret taking me on! I'm an invaluable asset! You get to live this damn, Maurice, but who else can you get to die for you? Captain Ellery, we've returned victorious. So soon. It's about to reinforce your position, but it seems like there was nothing to fear. It went about as perfect as possible. They weren't ready for us. The first volley was enough to break their morale. How much of their forces remain? The survivors may make a desperate ploy. No need to worry about that. We made sure there were absolutely no survivors. Very impressive. Do you have time for a critical matter? We've received news that the Cormorants have already invaded Lake Lotgur. People may be celebrating a victory over a major foe, but their threats remain numerous. You did promise that you'd help me out if I supported your bid, right? I certainly did. If we were to act, we should act quickly. Capitalize on our high morale. Then I believe we have quite a few things to discuss. Don't even need to ask me, I'll be there. Retire to a comfortable room for discussion. This will take time. Alright everyone, you're about to be served the meal of a lifetime. Get ready for Mrs. Fantastic Tome Grilled Dragon Steak. Enjoy! I was not expecting a dragon for dinner. Luxury dining ain't got anything on this. Quite chewy, but a unique flavor. This would sell well at the capital. We could just marinate the beef and sell it as dragon meat. He wouldn't know. You speak as if you've ever traveled anyone out on your own free will, you lazy slob. You're right, of course, but I can daydream. Look at you, brother! Enjoying your food rather than being an absolute twit. Hoping I wouldn't see you again. This isn't average meat. No, it tastes like chicken to me. Maybe your taste buds are just all ruined. Anything tastes like chicken to you. Just leave me be. Now this is a meal fit for a hero! Can't wait! We've witnessed humans that are able to turn into dragons. How do we know these do not share the same origin? Would that still be cannibalism? I just wanted to eat. Why did you have to go and say that? I think I'll pass on this. When I was younger, the Salt Swarm was a symbol of protection. I heard about them reclaiming the land and bringing back lost technology, holding back the green tide. Couldn't have imagined they'd go down like this, and I'd be there to do it.
Don't be too sorry for them. Some other adventurers will replace them. Gold is extorted, monsters die, people die. The cycle goes on.
For most, but they're emblematic of the adventure Golden Age. Now they're just gone, just like that. Almost feels like they deserved a more noble exit from history.
I've lived a long time. I know adventuring bands whose names reach every shore. No one will recognize their names. Trust me when I say the Salt Swarm won't even be a footnote in another few decades.
Always put things in the most optimistic way. What's that commotion? Come to the central square, an announcement is being made. Get moving. About time we discuss the next stage of our peaceful occupation, I suppose.
I have a feeling our little captain's up to a small amount of mischief.
Perhaps. See for ourselves. For we are in times of turbulent tides. In the east, the dogs of the false prince are nothing more than bandits with a title. In the center, the guild digs their greedy fingers in the Crescent's lifeblood. Pirate scum, roving adventurer bands, we are surrounded by the avaricious. The corrupt, the wicked, the merciless! Why must we always be forced to sell our produce at a significant discount? Forced to rely on asymmetrical exchange for bare necessities? No! We have the means to take up arms and take it for ourselves what we deserve. This should be our era, our moment. Ellis, this is certainly a banal speech. Townsfolk seem to be eating it up. Something must be working. Maybe they're just hearing what they want to hear.
Had to sprint all the way here after cooking.
What's with the horse? I assume it's on tomorrow's dinner. Apparently it's tradition to have a newly appointed leader parade around a horse. Oh, promotion time! She's gonna get him out. Found this fellow who followed us from Arinde. Just have to bring the right moment. What's your jobs? We're supposed to make cool-looking explosions for dramatic effect. I'm glad I studied all these user roll calls so I can make flashy lights. You have it easy, man. I have to make sure this doesn't explode in the cannon. And I also have to not blast the crowd. You know, magic ain't easy. I lost track of which part of speech she's up to now. Saying something insulting about the Iron Prince's appendage. Some rather colorful anecdotes about. That means nothing to me. I recall the rehearsal. She calls the guild bloated slugs. That's where I was to take action? No, that's already gone. It's where...
Hold on. Is that the hand signal? Let's go!
No, I think she was just waving her arms to make a point.
I say that could have been awkward.
The price of our obedience! No more will be the margins of the Crescent Towns. No more will be the pawns of the wicked. Under my leadership, I will carve Arinde's name into the heart of the Crescent. Do you want me as your chieftain? Chief Ellery does not set her sights to just Arinde, but seeks to strengthen our bond with our brethren in Lake Lochtiger, who suffer from the injustices of the Iron Realm and their compatriots. We need a chief that faces their problems. A chief that doesn't look for compromises. Chief Ellery will restore Arinde to its glory days rather than confronting the new. Is this the chief that we deserve? We will slaughter all those who dare look upon us. We will build Arinde a throne out of the corpses of our foes, and rule as the Crescent's kings. I don't promise any of that, but contradicting them would be a bad idea. So I ask you again, people of Arinde, will you accept me as your chief? I think we're almost there. Lindros, you ready? Lindros? Lindros? I must have drifted off. Are you still going? I'm getting paid enough for overtime. Be patient, I think it's... Yeah, that's it.
That was the hand gesture. Let's go, let's go!
Goddamn time. Please, let the calculations be right. Please don't hit the crowd. Chief! Is this really happening? Is no one going to stop her? Oh, what am I to do? Chief! Pay raise! Just a casual coup. Oh, she's got the Lance Cavalier sprite that I like. That's cute. How did that work? It's so easy to accept an outsider as their chief?
This is what happens when you have a culture that reveres prowess in battle, and Ellery happens to be, in fact, winning battles. Of course, inspiring outrage against outside forces is a classic maneuver.
This is going to be messy. She told us of her intent, but I assumed we'd just tighten relations with Arinde, not actually declare herself chief and shove her foot into the new conflict.
Perhaps she aimed lower initially, but Chief Orin being captured and Arinde's simmering resentment gave her a new opportunity.
She does have a good eye for opportunity. Not sure how I should feel about this.
What you feel is irrelevant. She succeeded, we better get used to it or jump ship.
Certainly entering turbulent waters. Side project. Expected care as much as I did. Kill you. I can only pray you're not too mad at me when you see your mother. Ellery, you will be stopped. Anything more from me? Well, that feels like a good stopping point. I'm gonna go make dinner. Have a good night. Oh, Jesus Christ. We did 7.5 hours and we got through 4 chapters. Yeah, good night, everyone.